Okay, everybody, disheartening attendance tonight. I will call this meeting to order at 6:37 p.m. in flying room A. So I can get off in suggesting mode. We now move into meeting business. Before we begin, we call for all students to acknowledge the lands of the University of California locations were built upon, were expropriated, and founded upon the exclusions and erasures of indigenous peoples' human rights throughout California. UCSB is built on Chumash land, specifically that the non-federally recognized Upper Land Tribe. As an association that pushes the students' bodies' voices towards the forefront, we should aim to make strides in past just acknowledgement those who continue to fight for their right to be recognized and respected as the original stewards of this land. I ask you all to dedicate time and care to the personal education and to advocate for justice alongside indigenous peoples. We now move into item A1, Senator Chaudhry. Senator Clara. Present. Senator Gutierrez. Senator Harder. Present. Senator Pepper. Present. Senator Zhang.
President.
Senator Jones.
Present.
Senator Lugan. Senator Ali.
Present.
Senator Manola. Senator Manitoba. Senator.
Oh, President, sorry.
Senator Molise. Senator Ole.
President.
Senator Ona. Brother. Senator Patrick.
President.
Senator Reese.
Present.
Senator Shurkin. Excuse. Senator Self. Present. Senator Sundararajan.
Present.
Senator Toledo. Senator White.
President.
And Senator Wilson. Okay. With that now being said, we now move into item A2, excuse the absences. Are there any absences to excuse? Senator Patrick.
Motion to excuse Senator Chaudhry for the duration of the meeting due to academic obligation.
There has been a motion to excuse Senator Chaudhry for the duration of the meeting due to academic obligations. Is there a second, Senator Harden? Second. The motion has been moved and seconded. There are no discussion. Senator White.
Call the question.
The question has been called. Is there any objections to the call? Is there any objections to that consent? Sure. Seeing none, motion passes. Are there any further excused absences? Senator Lee.
Motion to excuse Senator Wong from 8:40 to.
Then a motion to excuse Senator Wong from 8:40 to 9:20 p.m. Senator Lee.
9:40 p.m.
9:40 p.m. to 9:40.
to 9:40.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Wong from 8:40 to 9:40 p.m. Is there a second, Senator? Second. Motion has been moved and seconded. We're now in discussion. Senator Patrick.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Is there any objection to call the question? Senator Barton.
Yeah, consent.
Consent. Okay. Is there any objection to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Are there, yes, Senator Hepburn.
Motion to excuse Senator Lucan until 7:15 p.m.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Lucan until 7:15 p.m. Is there a second, Senator Patrick?
Second.
Motion has been moved and seconded. Discussion. Senator Earl. Call question. Question has been called. Is there any objections to the call question?
Second.
Is there any objections to consent? Seeing none. This is Senator Earl.
A motion to excuse Senator Manola for the duration of the meeting.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Manola for the duration of the meeting. Is there a second? Sorry. Motion has been moved and seconded. Discussion. Senator Patrick.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Is there any objections to the call question?
Second.
Is there any objections to consent? Seeing none. Motion passes. Senator Harden.
A motion to excuse Senator Shurkin until 7:30.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Shurkin until 7:30. This is Senator White.
Second.
Motion has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Senator, call question. Question has been called. Is there any objections? Is there any objections to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Let's get some life in here, guys. I'm gonna reflect the absence of the quick. Okay, we now move into Senator Patrick.
Motion to excuse Senator Lucan for the duration of the meeting at 10 p.m.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Lucan for the duration of the meeting at 10 p.m.
After 10 p.m.
After. Is there a second, Senator White?
Second.
Motion been moved and seconded, hearing none, discussion. Senator Hepburn.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Is there any objections to the call question?
Consent. Woo!
Is there any objections to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Nick.
Motion to excuse, Tanner Harder after 10 p.m.
It's been a motion to excuse Senator Harder at 10 p.m. Is there a second? Senator Patrick.
Second.
Motion is moved and seconded. We're now in discussion. Senator Hepburn.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Is there any objections to the call motion?
Consent.
Is there any objection to that consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Okay, are there any further excused absences? Seeing none, we now move into item A3, acceptance of proxies. Are there any proxies present? Seeing none, we now move into item B, external reports. I know we have Chancellor's representatives here, so Miles and Suzanne, would you like to come and speak?
Hi everyone, good evening. I'm Miles Ashlock-Burke. So I'm Assistant Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs, and one of my responsibilities is Human Resources for the division. And we're happy to answer. We're happy to answer any questions that you have. There, I always feel grand saying representatives of the Chancellor, or representatives of the Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs. Just for thank you, Travis.
For being here. I know Senator had some questions. Senators, do you have questions for Senator Morris?
In your view and own experience, how do you navigate utilizing the effects of student affairs mission statement execution / compassion?
Need to put that a little louder.
Yes, in your view and own experience, how do you navigate utilizing the effects of student affairs mission statement of inclusion / compassion?
There's something specific that you're referring to, because it's a fairly general question.
Well, just like general, like how have you guys been like working towards like your own mission statement and stuff like that?
Well, I'm going to speak just very broadly and not specific to any one situation or facet of the division, but one aspect. So I'll say, I can't remember if you were in those conversations, but our mission, vision, and values came from a 2018 process that included students and staff, and some faculty and community representatives. And so that's how we settled on our values. I think inclusion for us is most important in the sense that we have, about 25,000 undergraduate students and about 2,500 graduate students. And our goal is that every single one of you does feel like UCSB is a place where you feel welcomed, that you can present yourself fully, and that you have a really robust learning experience where you can achieve your personal and educational goals. And so I think that's the first lens, and just broadly that everyone gets to bring their full identity and experience to bear at UCSB.
Yeah, and I would just add that, there's multiple ways that unfolds. There's policy pieces that we work on. There's the day-to-day with our department directors and staff. There's the day-to-day with the students. So lots of different ways that we put them into practice.
Any other questions, senators? No. Senator Van list. Senator August.
And then, is a staff like a position on staff to directly assist and work with students? And are those students, and those students overall feel an employee is benefiting them? What are the actions students can take in general to express further need for an employee that's like possibly an AS, student affairs, or health vision?
Yeah, so in other words, are you asking, like if a staff member is doing a really great job and you want to share that with someone? Is that what you mean? Or advocate for them, or?
Is just kind of asking, like if there is any like staff positions meant to directly assist and work alongside with students, as if like For example, like, this is like questions and what are like, if there's like any positions in those cases, what are the what are the actions that students can take to like express further need for like this employee? Like, for example, like an advisor or something, like how can you guys like kind of like tell that like students are like expressing like a need to have additional positions that help like students and stuff?
Okay. So, in terms of like needing an additional position, that would be something that we would really encourage you to speak with department director about. Because the department director is really in charge of overseeing the staff for that particular department. So if it were, we feel there should be more CAPS counselors, right? The first place to start would be with the director of CAPS, for instance. There's usually a complicated menu in front of the director in terms of balancing budget, staffing, demand from students, all of the various pieces. And so it's a little bit of a puzzle that they have to put together. That's usually the best place to start. Did that answer and address your question?
Somewhat. It's more of like, we all know this, it's like hard to like keep staff in whole departments where every department is facing budget cuts.
Yeah.
But let's put it in like the example of this hypothetical situation that there's some sort of advisor or staff that works very closely alongside students and stuff like that. And they seem like a resource for many students to come and voice their concerns at the campus. And let's say that staff member that these students feel really attached to is facing like some sort of like crisis within their department because of like budget cuts that they may be like kind of like losing their position and stuff like that. Like what actions can students kind of take to kind of express further need for this employee?
I mean, I think my advice would still be the same in terms of talking to the director and, expressing your thoughts. I think the director may or may not be able to share with you all of the pieces that might go into their decision making. But I think that's probably the best way to advocate. And what else do you have?
Yeah, I mean, I hesitate to speak in hypotheticals, just because every situation has a lot of independent factors, but I would say generally that if there's an area where either a person is providing exemplary service or it's needed service or there's a desire to have an additional position, certainly the director, certainly also I don't know if you're talking about student affairs, other divisions, there are like the associate vice chancellors are all certainly open door policy to all students and student leaders, and would be happy to have a conversation about what the general needs or feedback is, which definitely helps inform our plan around human resources. I would also just say that, we are every department is a unique situation, every division is a unique situation, but in a general sense, we're in a very resource constrained environment. And so, we're trying to balance many factors when we make decisions whether or not to refill a position.
Senator Clara.
Thank you for coming tonight. I have a few questions. Some are good. But are the financial cuts to higher education impacting students more specifically? Do you guys have like any metrics to say about that regarding UCSB specifically? And is this a concern in your current priorities? And what your current priorities would look like? So I want to, or people want to see where these budget cuts are. And have there been efforts to address it along with like other staff pieces?
Yeah, I'm happy to.
Yeah, do you want to start?
Sure.
That's a lot of questions.
Yeah, and I think I got it.
We got it.
So first of all, I think I want to thank you for having us this evening. We really, really appreciate it when you have questions. You just like invite just like a simple like not like, hey, we have questions. We're happy to talk to you. We'll come every week. Let us know if there's a specific subject. We'll get you guests that have specific information. I feel like we can answer these questions, but if you have deeper information that you want, there are other people that are better qualified to speak on these questions. So far, my observation of impacts is that the impacts to students are largely, though certainly not entirely indirect. We've seen a lot of research impacts that affects the overall bottom line of the financial position of the university, kind of a rearranged budget. It also obviously affects research opportunities and fellowships and things that are funded through those. But that said, we haven't had direct cuts as a result of the current political environment that are affecting student services directly. Again, they are affecting them indirectly, and they're also affecting community services like the brief pause in SNAP that we saw, which usually stress for thousands of students.
Can I just add one thing?
Please.
It's a little bit of a domino effect though, right?
Yeah.
Like, the research cuts impact, the academic side of the university, but then if you're looking at the whole budget of the university to mitigate some of those impacts, sometimes they do have to pull money from other areas. Now, right now, we've been lucky enough that we aren't really seeing major impacts on student services. But it's not that could never happen, right? It's just,
Absolutely.
it hasn't really happened just yet. And I think, when we meet, it's not just the two of us, but we do have a whole executive team in student affairs. When we talk about the importance of maintaining services to students, it's really looking at what is your experience and making sure that your experience is the same as that future students can have the same experience that you're having, right? So we always try and mitigate any impacts kind of on the behind the scenes side, which might mean that you see staff working really, really, really hard, but it may not be so obvious to the students in that moment.
And I do want to be clear, we are experiencing cuts in a temporary and permanent sense. The Daily Nexus has begun to report on this, which I think is really valuable. And those are really the result of growing costs. So just like all of us are noticing, wow, I went to Woodstocks and a large pizza was $45. What happened? It wasn't very good. Those expenses are also true at the university across all of our departments, from medical supplies to office supplies. And then also costs around labor and the costs of benefits have really increased, just to keep, for instance, the same health plan. So you're seeing all of those things. In terms of priorities, Suzanne alluded to, really student success, student well-being, and student engagement are at the heart of what we want to see. And we really also want to preserve equitable access across the university. So those are our guiding stars that frankly doesn't make decision making a whole lot easier, because we look across our division, for instance, and we see more than 30 departments that all have a really significant meaning, a really significant function to hundreds or thousands of students, each one of them. So, and efforts to address it. One is, for the last several years, we've been really encouraging a decrease in spending. So discretionary spending like travel, certain supplies, entertainment expenses, including food that's not for sustenance. It's just kind of a bag of chips, come see this movie. We have decreased. The other thing that we're doing in student affairs actively is, and the campus and the university system have really slowed down hiring. And so when we have a position that's vacant, we really carefully analyze whether or not we should rehire it. And we have seen attrition of more than 25 positions in student affairs over the last 6 months. Those being positions that were voluntarily vacated and not refilled. And I see each one of those positions as a difficult position or a decision, but good in that means that's our current workforce preserved. So we're balancing both student success needs and staff.
And thus far with those positions, we've been able to juggle around the work so that those areas are still covered. So again, that's the behind the scenes stuff that's happening that you may not notice, but we're trying to make sure that the outward experience of students remains the same as much as we possibly can. Did that answer all of your questions?
I guess with regards to an HR related thing, so if a student were to act as a reporter of I guess a workplace violation, what does the process look like on the student side as a student reporter?
It probably depends on the type of violation that's reported. So, for instance, a report about Title IX and gender-based discrimination or sexual misconduct, usually the reporting party would have some sort of kind of continued information about what's going on with the case that they're personally involved in. Like if they're a
If you're the
complainant.
impacted party, yeah.
But if you just generally make a case, whether it's abusive conduct or an OSHA violation or any other standard, generally the reporting party, whether it's another staff member, whether it's student, wouldn't get any additional information because of the privacy laws and policies both within the university and the state and the country. And I actually have a few citations if you're interested on the fine print there, but just like student data is really closely protected, and if a student is placed on probation or suspended or anything like that, we cannot comment. Even if we see in the news something that is completely false, we cannot comment. The same is true for employees, just instead of FERPA, it's policy or privacy policies and the Public Records Act and RUC policy on personnel files that say we just simply can't say anything publicly. So you are encouraged to share any concerns you have as they relate to staff and staff treatment experience, but you probably will not receive any specific update.
It's understandable. Thank you.
Senators? Senator Johnson.
Being that Associated Students is being absorbed into student affairs, with these budget cuts, how will that affect staff hiring? Broader association?
Yeah, it's such a good question. So Associated Students has a very different funding model than the rest of student affairs because you're funded solely through student fees. Okay? And so the student affairs budgetary challenges are really more on the side of core funds that we receive from the university. You all don't receive core funds. So, so in terms of the Department of AS, you still have to go through your regular budget process every year. You're all still also suffering from rising costs of benefits for staff, of just the cost of doing business, prices going up, right? So, and you haven't had a fee increase in a while, right? And so, you know, you're also having to do the same amount with less in many ways, but that's not going to be really impacted by what the rest of student affairs has to do because your budget is your own budget.
I also just want to make a point of clarity. I would not say Associated Students is being absorbed into student affairs any more than it ever has been. So there isn't a change in that relationship. The change is the executive director reports to a different position within student affairs, but still has the same autonomy. The organization's status is exactly the same. The only thing that I would cast as a benefit is that the executive director has more immediate peers to like speak with, confer with, collaborate with, but there is no change in the organization's dynamic. The other thing that comes to mind is I agree wholeheartedly with everything Suzanne said. I think there's some opportunities where we can leverage and think, what are the strengths of the predominantly staff-led organization in student affairs in serving students and realizing student success? And what are the strengths of the student-led, highly collaborative student staff, associated students? And how do we, rather than sometimes duplicate or overlap services, how do we collaborate more intentionally? Like one of the things I think about, we have very limited communication resources in the Division of Student Affairs. We have some really great communication professionals, so we do have capacity. But I think who better to communicate about student services that are available than students and the association? You have a great staff. You also know like how to communicate with one another. Suzanne and I do not know how to do that. Okay, so I have none of the apps on my phone. Like if you want student services on LinkedIn, that's like the best I'm gonna do. So I think there are real opportunities for collaboration, but again, you were not absorbed.
Yeah, and the way I've been explaining it to people who've asked me about that is really to think about separating out the student government component with the department, right? Like the piece that now reports to me is the department component. You as a student government retain all of your autonomy that you've always had, right? So, and again, the only thing that's really changed is rather than the executive director reporting to the vice chancellor, which doesn't really make sense because the vice chancellor has so many other things to do. They don't really have the time. And resources to kind of devote to it. You know, they're reporting to me so that we can actually provide some more support for the department, again, separate from student. Does that help?
And one last distinguishing, which is just that the president still has full access to the vice chancellor. So that's here. So
Yeah, thank you for that. I feel like there has been a big concern about like the associate students' autonomy and like the word of like absorption being floating around. So that was, thank you.
I have one quick question, so Mr. Burr, go first.
That's okay, because I was going to request that I do maybe 2 or 3 questions, so I'm just listening to you. Go ahead. Thank you. Hi, guys. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. I had a follow-up question in regards to the previous one, and then a couple of questions that are nice to say. So the follow-up question is just why? Is why is the non-absorption, change happening?
As the non-absorption absorption.
Yeah.
Do you want to cover that?
yeah. So over the last 3 years, our executive team in student affairs, and especially our previous vice chancellor Margaret Lewin, and I, as her chief of staff at that time, really worked to reorganize the whole division of student affairs, which used to be in 4 clusters, into 3, like what I would argue are very logical clusters. So we have student enrollment and success. They collaborate closely. Student life, which includes associated students now, again, just in terms of reporting point, and student well-being. And one of the things that we did is all of the departments that previously reported directly to the vice chancellor now report to an associate vice chancellor. So everyone is part of a cluster. This, we believe, improves two-way communication, enhances the potential for collaboration, and does really expand the capacity of the vice chancellor for strategic work. Working directly for our previous vice chancellor and seeing her directly supervise student health, HAPS, and associated students, that impacted her capacity to do, large strategic work and to be able to pivot. So we made a strategic decision to remove direct reports from the vice chancellor's.
Other questions?
Continue. Okay. I think you used specifically the phrase 2-way communication, which I appreciate very much. So, in that light, I was just wondering how 2-way communication, if that's being applied to the absorption, non-absorption, like, do we have a say in this? Are we just getting absorbed without any agency?
Well, first, you're not being absorbed. So let's find a new word. So the executive director now works most closely with the associate vice chancellor for student life.
Right.
And is supervised by the associate vice chancellor for student life. And is therefore, by the way, still also supervised by the vice chancellor for student affairs. So there's not fewer resources or touch points, there's more. It is a final decision just in terms of the administration, the organization of the university, or the division of student affairs. I would say our 2-way communication is improving weekly, and I hope that it continues to be so. So for one example, the president is now invited to make voluntary reports about goings on in the association, and she also has access to reports about goings on in the division of student affairs. We have at least quarterly meetings with the executives of associated students and the executives of student affairs. And we have a number of senators actually already who have been reaching out to our vice chancellor and our AVC, sometimes together, sometimes separately. And all of those meetings have been accepted without exception. So we're really continuing to collaborate both on a group level and an individual level. And I just, again, want to repeat that Suzanne, Mike, myself, Dean of Students Joaquin Becerra, say Angela Andrade, Dean of or Associate Vice Chancellor for Student Wellbeing, we're all really grateful that association members have been reaching out to us, asking questions, asking for us to support your initiatives, presenting problems that need resolution with the administration. That's how we want to work with you. So I know I'm doing a little bit off your question about organization, but less important to me than the organization is that we're connecting and talking about those issues that are really making a difference to students and trying to advance solutions. And you all have come with a really like collaborative, action-oriented spirit already this year, and we hope to see it.
Yeah, and I'll just add that I think, AS as a student government still retains all of their access to the vice chancellor. In fact, he's the one that's been most involved with some of the stuff that you all have been working on, like with the library, et cetera, the bike path stuff, right? My role has been much more with Sean and the staff of AS and supporting them through all of these changes, figuring out how the Division of Student Affairs can provide support for the various different pieces, right? So that's kind of, I think the shift is that rather than the vice chancellor trying to provide all that support to the executive director and the staff, I'm able to do that. But you as a student government can absolutely still have full access to the vice chancellor, and he welcomes that for sure.
Are you guys able to speak on how the campus building committee is affected by this reorganization and at all?
The campus building committee, like the campus building committee.
Yeah.
It is. No, our reorganization that we're talking about is within the Division of Student Affairs. So, to the best of my knowledge, there has been no reorganization, but it would be beyond both of our.
Yeah. I figured, yeah.
But I'm curious.
Senator.
Specifically, will these be changes, but we don't have to use social system, but we can use a more accurate term. Will student affairs commandeer AS when it comes to its financials? Because would student affairs adhere to financial, procedures from legal code? It's already been said, there's procedures for that. Will you guys have a final say in these funding requests?
Well, really what has the final say in any of the financials is university policy, right? So our role is to make sure that university policy is followed, and you all as the recognized student government for the University of California, Santa Barbara, you are held to university policy, right? So we have to ensure that that's followed. But in terms of like imposing our will over your budget, no, that's not our intention at all.
And sorry if I'm really pedantic on these points, but this is what I spend my life doing, so I'm very enthusiastic. And sorry, I think you asked this question about finances, so we didn't go into super detail. Again, to be clear, there is literally no difference in your financial autonomy as a result of this, even if we do call it an absorption, but it's not. There is no difference. You have exactly the same autonomy in terms of your financial independence as you did reporting to the vice chancellor last spring, 10 years ago, spring, etc. And to Suzanne's point, it's the university policies, which are consonant with the AS legal code, that say we cannot use money collected for AS to fill gaps in other areas of the budget. So we won't do it on a matter of principle, but we also cannot do it. Right?
Yeah.
Senator Tan.
Oh, thank you. I can't be here for too long. Yeah, I was observing some of the conversations for a little bit. I believe someone already did ask where the full original job descriptions would be, and maybe you guys said the website has yet to be updated, but regardless, this is public information. So is there somewhere, a drive that you guys could share already for these job descriptions? And just because the website isn't updated doesn't mean we shouldn't be able to have access to it, right?
Sorry, I'm missing the context on the website that's not updated. Okay.
Sorry.
Essentially, the AS website has been out of date for 2022, I want to say.
Yeah.
And there's no posting of job descriptions for staff. So is Senator Finn, if that's your question, you're essentially asking if there's a way that staff duties can be expressed.
Yes. So job descriptions indeed are not confidential, and we're happy to share job descriptions. My recommendation would be that, and we'll see if it is the president is like explicitly identified, I believe, in your legal code as the kind of like co-supervisor, if you will, of the executive director and oversees matters of human resources in the association. So if there's a job description that you want to see, I would recommend going to the president's office and saying, we'd like to see this job description. We'll get any job description Leanne wants to Leanne and her list. So no concern about sharing job descriptions. Those obviously, just to be clear, context is job descriptions don't have any identifying information in them. They obviously have the title and a position number, but if you see a job description, it would never have a name or a position, an employee ID, whether it's filled or not.
Senator Ben, you have another question?
Am I recognized?
Yeah, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Just two more questions, one follow-up on that. Regarding these job descriptions, if those job descriptions were to have been changed during an employee's like time within their job role, would that also be shown as opposed to like the original job description versus the updated job description, not in relevance to the staff itself? Additionally, in terms of investing claims of HR violations, how does that look internally? What is the process in terms of like, we know that AS is below student affairs. So how does it go from like AS to whatever, to student affairs to whatever, stuff like that? And then regarding the actual claim investigation process.
Yeah, so job changes, I don't think, at least in the system that I have access to, I don't think I can see job changes reflected. I see the most recent version of the job since it's been approved. I would say that across the board, job duties, as long as the classification and level are maintained, are a management right to change. So it's not at all uncommon for job duties to change even when there's an incumbent in a position. That doesn't mean that there's no access to a history of job descriptions, but it's not available to us at the divisional level, to the best of my knowledge. And in terms of investigation or response, all departments ultimately, they can make abuse of conduct claims, or individual employees can make abuse of conduct claims. They can make Title IX claims. They can make unfair labor claims. And usually I would refer an employee with a concern about their treatment to employee and labor relations as an employee relations matter. And so that's actually directly in human resources. They're welcome to contact me as a human resources lead for the division, but they're also welcome to circumvent me and go directly to employee and labor relations, who in most cases I would just consult directly with to resolve those sorts of issues. Again, the same privacy protections apply. So we might not hear the outcome of that. And I would also just say that, investigation needs to happen in a very specific manner. And so before we take on any investigations, in whatever our role, consulting with employee and labor relations to ensure that we preserve the rights of both the university and management as well as the employee is really important. So I would, again, direct that to the office.
Yeah, and I would just add to that, because employment matters really are legal matters, everyone has to be careful in that realm, right? Supervisors have to be careful, employees have to be careful, anyone else who may be involved in this situation has to be careful, because it would be really easy to mess something up, right? So in matters where there are, sensitive issues with employees, that's why Miles is saying employee and labor relations is the best place to start, because they can be like, ooh, yeah, don't forward that email on, because that's going to make that public. And now that's going to really change the course of somebody's case, right? There are a lot of like little missteps that you can easily make when you're not a lawyer in this area. And the folks in employee and labor relations are lawyers, right? So they understand that. They understand how to advise an employee, and they also understand how to advise an employer as well. So I would just say, be careful in that realm. Absolutely. If you have a report to make, please report it. We welcome that. We want you to do that. That is what you should do. But I would hesitate to get involved beyond kind of that making of the report or that initial piece, because whoever you might be wanting to advocate for, you also don't want to mess up their case for them either, right? So it's tricky.
The other thing I should mention is less as an advocate for an employee, but individual employees should know that if they are covered by a collective bargaining unit or a union, then they would also have a representative that they could speak with for information or advocacy. So
Through the union.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So directly through the union and or directly through employee and labor relations. And of course, there are also resources like we have academic and staff assistance program, which provides a confidential resource similar to CAPS for staff and faculty. And then we have the ombuds, which also is a confidential resource and can help guide a person to, like, I heard there were 3 different places to lodge a concern or a complaint. Which place am I supposed to go? Those are both great places to navigate that confidentially. And then, yeah.
Thank you. So
Hi, sorry, I missed a lot of your presentation.
Hey. Also the forward part, yes. Sorry.
Thank you. Are AS professional staff members of any union?
Yes, they are. I believe there are at least 2 unions, and there's been a lot of union accretion happening. So new people are joining unions, but you also have several staff who are not represented. So it's mixed. Do you have three unions represented? Yes. Yes. Yeah. So short answer.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Got it.
are there any further questions for the representatives of the Vice Chancellor? Here you go. Senator Deb.
Yeah, just last one. Sorry, I know this is my 3rd time speaking. You guys said earlier, let me just put my video on for clarification. You guys said earlier that you guys thank us for like coming to Senate, and that I guess today is kind of like an introduction here. Are you under the impression that Senate invited you here, and if so, do you know who exactly invited you, or are you guys coming here just like, oh, today's the day that we'll try to make our presence known in student government?
Well, this is not our first time in Senate this quarter.
This is the first time we've publicly come and spoken, but
Yeah.
but I think, it's a combination of both staff and senators asking us, directing lots of questions at us in different ways. And so we were like, maybe it would be good for us just to come and talk to everybody rather than trying to address everyone's individual questions individually.
Thank you. I'll ask one last question, let you guys get out of here. You've been here for a while. Holly. Never mind.
I was just going to add for the Senate, based on a number of questions that I've heard you all pose, both in some of your standing committee meetings, as well as questions that I've received directly. I also participated in inviting Suzanne and Miles to address the entire Senate, and that was a decision that was made in consultation with Senate leadership. So that's a little bit of context of how their invitation was extended.
Thank you, Holly. Last question is, how do you guys see the role as associated students on campus, and what our jobs are right now as student leadership or student leaders?
There's so much. It's such a good question, and I really appreciate the question. I think it's an incredible opportunity to be a student leader, right? And especially in this time when I feel like the university is facing some unprecedented challenges. And I think, a lot of what my job is often when I'm out there in various meetings is to make sure that the student voice is heard. And so I'm often like on the side going, okay, let me talk to the AS president. Let me talk to students who are on this or that committee and figure out how they feel so that I can represent them in these meetings, so that I can suggest in the meeting, could we invite a student next time so that they can voice this for themselves? There's sometimes a tendency to forget that the reason we're here is to serve students, right? So that's really been our kind of top advocacy. So I think in terms of you all, I just would not hesitate to speak up and ask your questions. I think that this is a good opportunity. We've been talking for a few years about transparency, accountability, like those are the questions you need to be asking, right? And all of the various projects and meetings and stuff that you go to, I think it's a good chance to reflect on your own association, look at your own accountability and responsibility. And you know, as you know, you're the biggest advocates for students because you are their representatives, right? I also want to remind you that you are representing all students, right? So not just those who agree with you, not just those who support your opinion, just like we have to support all students, whether we agree with them or not, right? And so that can be a challenge sometimes, but it's a great learning and leadership opportunity, I think. So, you know, just suggest when you're out there saying, well, this is what students think, make sure that you really have heard from a lot of different students to make sure that you're really accurately representing them, because that's really what they're relying on you for. So please take that seriously.
Few things come to mind. I feel like we should write a whole op-ed on this, but one is really helping us suss out the priorities. This, you know, as we enter this period of resource constraint, and there's so many things changing in the world, I think we agree on why we're here. I just presume that we're all really invested in student success, individually and as a group, as a collective, and equitable achievement. So we want to see every student who comes here to have really an equal opportunity to succeed. How we do that is not as obvious as it sounds when resources are constrained. So we'll need your advice and perspective on what to really protect that is making the difference in supporting you through the college experience. And when resources are limited, we can't say everything. And so we're gonna need you, like the bigger influence you will have is if you really wrestle realistically with the question of what do we do with limited resources, and you know, tell us this is the place where like we cannot lose investment. This is the place where we can scale back for 5 years. Share perspectives collaboratively. Again, I think that's a place where you all have really already modeled a really promising practice throughout the year. So I hope you will continue. Even if you see something and it frustrates you, reach out. Let's have a conversation. Let's actually try to make a difference collaboratively together. That's amazing. And to me, I'm biased. The most exciting opportunity is to develop like the next generation of associated students. Noah and I, Iman, Henri, and others are led by Leanne on the search committee for your next executive director. And that will greatly influence your legacy as student leaders in this organization. So really looking forward to seeing what you all do there. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. All right. I'd also like to recognize Senator Shurkin as well as IVP Walla. We now move into item B2, UCPD representative. Seeing none here. Item B3, GSA representative. Item B4, University Center Governance Board representative. Seeing none. Item B5, IVCSD representative. Spencer, you're here. Holly, I've shared the presentation with you that Spencer prepared for today.
All right, good evening. Thank you, Senator Sussman, and thank you, the Internal Vice President, for inviting me to come and give this report. That this came about because we've had this standing item, I think, on the Senate's agenda for almost the entire time that I've lived here, but we have not been utilizing it as well as we should. So I'm here to give kind of an update on the Isla Vista Community Services District's programs and activities. My name is Spencer Brandt. I'm the president of the Community Service District Board of Directors. My background is that I first moved here to come to UCSB in 2015. I was elected to office in 2016 as a student, 19-year-old student, and proudly reelected in 2022 as a long-term resident. So I want to give you kind of a taste of some of the things that are going on in Isla Vista right now, because there's a lot. And I also want to give you some of the background of the Community Service District and how it came about. So I think that I have slides, and I'm happy to just give you the queue to advance, but I don't see them on my end. So I don't know where we are.
Hi, Spencer. I don't have access to the PowerPoint to share it. It said access denied.
On the Zoom? Ollie?
Oh,
Like when I go to open the Google Slides.
I'm gonna give you access, Holly. Thanks everyone for bearing with us.
Yeah, no worries. And thank you, Spencer. Sorry to interrupt your presentation.
Not a problem. It's nice to see you. I got to
Just
work
you.
with Holly when I was in Associated Students. I was in the external vice president for statewide affairs office as a legislative liaison. UPSA, Lobby Corps, just all the advocacy that you do to external entities is very close to my heart. I will tell you that in serving as your representative, my singular goal has been to uplift the quality of life and quality of services in our community to match the amazing community that we have. We're surrounded by natural beauty, trails, open space. We have such a vibrancy in the community, such a culture that's so unique. It's like the envy of so many other parts of the state of California and of the world. But our public services and our coordination of public services historically have not matched that. We are in many ways a very underserved community when it comes to public services and resources. So this is a little bit about me. Next slide, Holly. So the effort for more local control in Isla Vista really began in 2014 after a really tragic time for our community. There was a riot during Deltopia in 2014 that many of you are familiar with, tear gas and rubber bullets strewn down DP. And then just weeks later, there was a mass shooting that took the lives of 6 of our fellow gauchos. And out of this really tragic time came a real coming together of students and long-term residents working together to say, how can we make this community safer? How can we take charge of our community? Isla Vista is not a city, so we don't have the same authority to be able to determine our own destiny in the way that many other communities do. And so this effort to create a community services district, which involved state legislation authored by our former assembly member, Doss Williams, to create local government and really force the local governments in Santa Barbara County to take Isla Vista seriously and to give us a foothold in local government, was passed and then signed into law by Governor Brown in 2015. Students and long-term residents in Isla Vista voted on the proposal in 2016 in November, and then in 2018 adopted or voted on a utility tax that's on everyone's utility bills that funds our operations. And really critical to that movement was Associated Students. You'll see the picture up on the screen, everyone holding signs. I'd say probably around over half of the people in that photo were some of my friends that were very involved in Associated Students back in that 2017-2018 period. So the next slide. These are some of the services that IVCSD provides, everything from the community center to peer-to-peer safety resources with the safety stations on Friday and Saturday nights. All of our services are meant to augment what the county and other public agencies already provide. It's actually written into the law that we can't have the county or another public agency try to push things on us, say, oh, we're not going to do street sweeping anymore. We're going to give it to you. That's illegal under the law because we anticipated that would be something that would be tried given Isla Vista's history of a lack of resources. So that's an important to note sort of thing, the context. And on the next slide, I want to talk about the services that we don't provide that other public agencies provide. Next slide. So it's important to note that, law enforcement, fire, parks, roads, sewer, they're all provided by different public agencies. We have a web of public agencies in Isla Vista, which is very different than if we were in, say, the city of San Luis Obispo. I spend a lot of time there for my day job, and I can tell you that I'm very envious of them because a lot of these services are all under one tent there. Things are much more fragmented in Isla Vista, which is part of, in my opinion, the challenge that we have with quality of services. Next slide, please. So diving deeper into some of the things we provide, the community center is a really amazing space. We also provide the community room and community gardens. At the community center, we have programming just about every day of the week, everything from dance classes to live band shows, art shows. Last weekend, we had a really big farmers market that also included a thrifting fair. So really just trying to have a space for the community to gather. You can also rent out the community spaces, and student groups are able to do that with all fees waived in most circumstances. Next slide. Sustainability and waste reduction has been a big priority. It's probably the thing that I get the most complaints about is trash and waste on the streets, especially after periods like move out. And so we've done a lot to try to make move out cleaner by helping repurpose items. We encourage people to donate either large items or small items to the Give Sale, which we do in partnership with UCSB at Embarcadero Hall during the move out period. This is basically like a little pop-up thrift store that happens in Ivy, help reduce the amount of stuff that otherwise would go to the landfill and give it a second home. Similarly, the Ivy Compost Collective, which you'll see on the right, is a great volunteer program that helps residents be able to be a part of reducing their food waste, closing the food loop, reducing the carbon emissions from both food decomposition and also from trucking all that material to the landfill, which is what would happen otherwise. Next slide. We run a rental housing mediation and legal advising program that can help tenants in tricky situations. I know I've spent some time talking to students recently about some of the really bad conditions that are out there on some properties. And our legal advising and mediation services are really meant to help give you more leverage with your property management company to try to solve a problem. We do security deposit maximization workshops each year, especially as we get closer to the move out season, really tips and tricks to try to both know your rights and also get the best return back on your deposit. Next slide. Transportation and parking is a really hot topic right now. And this is another issue that really is only so bad in our community because we're not a city. There's no agency historically that has been dedicated to parking compliance. Given that it's not surprising that we are at 106% capacity with on-street parking in Iowa. And there are widespread instances of cars blocking fire hydrants and red curbs, blocking in driveways. I've heard stories from residents that are having family emergencies and they can't get out because they're blocked in by other cars. They don't even know who it is. They have to wait for the tow trucks to come just so they can get their own car out of their driveway. And so our parking compliance program that we are going to be getting is going to be one of the tools in the toolbox to address that. You're going to be hearing a lot about that, especially in winter quarter. We're going to launch a really intense education campaign to, number one, let people know that compliance is starting, but also help people think about alternatives. Our goal is not to write tickets. In fact, I don't want to hand out a single ticket. But what I would rather have happen is for folks to change behavior, especially for some of these really egregious situations with fire hydrants that impact emergency response. And I've lived here both with a car and without a car. I know that it can be done either way. And one of the things that we're doing is investing more funding into alternative transportation. The Wave up on screen is a new service that SBM TV launched, which is an Uber style service. You can call, if you download the Transloc app, you can basically call it to one of a number of locations that if you go to the next slide, I think we'll show them on the screen. This is a free service right now. So once they do start charging a fare, it'll be $3 each, but I'm even pushing for us to invest money in giving out free vouchers so that people can use this, because this is really revolutionary. Being able to get to Trader Joe's with public transit has been a thing that I have heard since the day I got here is impossible. I've tried it myself. It takes an hour and a half. It is not realistic for someone that wants to go pick up some groceries. This service now makes that realistic. And it also gets you to other places that are important, like the Goleta train station, the Albertsons locations, as well as the airport. We really want to help the community find other options, especially for those that are maybe only using their car once every couple of weeks. A lot of our data shows that that could be up to 20% of the cars parked on the streets are cars that are parked there very long term. And so it's those types of behaviors, the low-hanging fruit that we want to try and shape for a different outcome. Next slide, please. I don't have to tell you that Deltopia has been a hot topic. Many of you are aware for the past 3 years, the IBCSD has hosted a spring festival during Deltopia, which is meant to be an alternative fun thing for people to do that is away from what's happening on DP. It has local bands. It has not up to this point had a beer garden, but I will preview a little bit that that's something that we're looking into. It has always been my goal to expand that effort because while it's been a valuable one, it has been limited in resources and how much we have available to make it a real festival. We've had a lot of good conversations with students, different arms of associated students and other groups about concepts that would activate other parts of the community with an organized festival type atmosphere to stimulate our local businesses in IB. Cal Poly, when they did this, they had a beer garden. I think that we should have that too. It's important to give people opportunities to enjoy themselves in a safe and legal manner that is permitted. And I think that, you know, if we were in the city of Santa Barbara or other parts of our community, we would have already figured out how to make Deltopia a permitted festival. And that is really our goal because we know that right now the sheriff's office is moving forward with the ordinance. And I think that my colleagues on the board, as many of you do, are struggling with the realization that this can be moved forward above and over our heads without our input and without our buy-in. And so we've really pivoted. I've really tried to pivot to say, how do we address that reality by planning for something better? Because the last thing that I want to do is send our peers into harm's way. And in terms of knowing that there are going to be even more law enforcement presence, potentially even more citations and arrests given out if this ordinance were to move forward and Deltopia were to continue in that unpermitted manner. This is not the year where we want our neighbors in contact with the criminal justice system. We never do, but especially not this year. Okay, I've got one more slide. Thanks for bearing with me. I just wanted to plug the Civic Leadership Initiative, which is an 8-week course that we offer that you can get UCSB course credit for. It's really meant to be a boot camp about local government and learning how to make a change. I've got to sit in on a number of these courses and they're super valuable in terms of people talking about solving problems in the community and then practically like how do we actually get it done, which is usually the tricky part. And it's really fun to hear students strategizing about those things. I know we've gotten a lot of good ideas from it. So this is a really cool thing. If you're looking for an extra course credit, this is definitely something I'd encourage you to check out. You can find more info on our Instagram and on our website. And with that, I think that's the end of my slides. I'm really happy to be here. I'm happy to take questions from you. This is my personal contact information. I really encourage if you ever have any questions or just want to chat about anything, shoot me a text, reach out directly. And with that, happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Spencer. Do we have any questions for Senator?
First, thank you for coming. That was a great presentation. So I know you're not with like MPD, but I was just wondering if you would know like why bus service was not just expanded westward within IB as opposed to like the van program. It's in like the Embarcadero Loop and it's on the top side, but obviously those are kind of inaccessible unless you're willing to put up with the walk and like all your groceries and all that as you know. So if you could just tell me a bit about that, if you know.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'll try to speak to what I know with the caveat that I don't represent SDMTD, that we work with them, we're partners with them, and the WAVE was something that we worked on jointly. In the past, talking like 20 years ago, there was a bus line that went down, I believe it was Sábado, all the way to Camino Corto. During the mid-2000s, you know, during the financial crisis, a lot of services were cut across all local government, and that was one of the routes that was cut. I'm not sure the rationale for why, but I know generally when they reduce service, they try to look for the lines that are used or least utilized first. Now, what's kind of replaced that is, you know, the 27, which kind of goes diagonal through IB. And it's doing a lot, right? Because it doesn't really get all the way out there to where some of the densest parts of our community are, you know, talking like DP and Sábado, especially the 6-7 block. But it kind of, you know, just goes diagonal. So I think that that's really good feedback that you all can share with SBMTD, and I know that they have just listening sessions. I believe there's actually a listening session that's being convened. I want to say the first week of December on unmet transit needs, and so I'm happy to follow up with that info for you. So thank you.
Senator Patrick.
Hi Spencer, my name is Natalia. It's good to see you here. Nice to see you in person. I was just wondering, I have your Isla Vista parking action plan pulled up here. And I was wondering if you collected any data that maybe sources why we have a parking issue. I know that you go through like action plans, obviously this is an action plan report. But is it possible to characterize the 106% utilization of parking in Isla Vista because of the new construction of multifamily homes or multi-units, and you have 6 people sharing 1 bedroom, essentially just addressing the housing crisis that's here. And if so, is that something that was planned for and maybe, or was that something that was not planned for and maybe missed, perhaps?
Yeah, that's a great question. The root of the problem stretches back to the development of Isla Vista, where in the 1950s and 60s, parking minimums were waived and high density housing was allowed in the community. At the time, it was really a, let's call it a partnership to be polite, between the university and the county seeking to address housing needs off campus. UCSB has always been one of the few campuses in the UC system that or was not just one of the few, it was the first or one of the first where they had the philosophy of housing needs will be met off campus, not on campus dorms exclusively. And so when all those parking minimums and things were waived, we created a situation where there's a lot of density, but we still have an infrastructure that's set up for cars. And so it's no surprise that we see there's just this massive amount of parking on the street. One of the things we did find though is that in off-street parking, so like parking at apartments from our drone surveys, in some days, over 50% of those spaces are available. So what's happening is that because street parking is free, people are parking on the street. And because property owners have more and more, during the time I've lived here, more and more have been starting to charge for parking spaces. More people have been pushed onto the street because they would like to save money. So does that answer your question?
Kind of, sort of.
Senator Patrick.
If you'll allow back and forth, Chair, I have a few follow-ups here.
Sure.
Okay. That kind of answers my question. I think that there's probably not enough concrete evidence to definitively say that it's that. But that's some good context, so I appreciate that. I was wondering how the timeline of this works. So I know that the county put $300,000 towards this program, and then IVCSD is also putting another $300,000 towards this program. I was wondering if the county approached you, like you said earlier, I'm a little, you've mentioned that there's like laws outlining that the county can't come to you and say, we want this to be done, so you have to do it. However, I'm just curious about what the timeline of this was, who came up with this. I know you guys have been doing studies on this for a while. But I guess what was the first initial funding? Because I like to follow.
Sure. So the genesis of the reason for the program is state law. So state law, it directs us to do 8 things, and one of them is parking. In terms of where the money came from, we allocated, I believe 2 fiscal years ago, we set aside a reserve specifically with the intention of beginning to do parking enforcement. Prior to that, we had gotten some money through grants and both through our general fund that was allocated to do the actual studies, both for parking and the mobility plans. Once we got the results of the action plan and did kind of the management side with our parking consultants, what we found was that there was a need for startup funding to be able to get the program off the ground. Once the program is rolling and has a little bit of time under its belt, it's expected by our consultants that it will be revenue neutral. And so there won't be any subsidization from tax dollars to the general fund or from the county.
Okay. That kind of answers my question. So was it more of like you guys going to the board of supervisor of the county and saying, hey, this is what we expect it to cost, this is what we're putting up, or were they, I guess, abiding by those 8 or 9, I think you said it was 8 or 9 state requirements that they have to abide by? I guess I'm just struggling to understand where this connection came about.
Yeah, I mean, we work with the county on just about everything, and so we went to them, we approached them and said, we have this study, we have this action plan. This is really the one thing out of the 8 that we haven't addressed since we were first created and then funded in 2018. And so we would like your partnership to be able to do. We needed to technically a delegation of authority from the county to do it because it is county roads still. So the county still maintains the liability for the roads and the responsibility of the maintenance, but they've delegated to us the authority on the compliance side.
Got it. On the kind of just backtracking a little bit, as an off-campus center, I represent the majority of my constituents live in Isla Vista, as most of the off-campus residents that attend UCSB live in Isla Vista naturally. And so I think that the optics of this, and this is why I wanted an opportunity to kind of go back and forth with you here, to kind of have that side of things heard. But the optics of this, at least as I understand it, is there's a housing crisis and there hasn't been a plan for parking. And I'm worried that this targets the most vulnerable populations that are in Isla Vista. You have students that are working super late. They have to drive to get to work. They can't take a bus, whether it may, but myself, I drive here to the Senate meeting because we get off here at 11 p.m., sometimes 2 a.m. I don't want to walk all the way down from Camino Corto to in the middle of the night. It's not safe. It's cold and it's not safe. And so students that drive late at night or have jobs are going to be the most impacted by this. And so I'm just a little concerned about why there isn't $600,000 being poured into, or maybe there is, into finding a solution rather than enforcement. I do understand that this is a safety concern. I myself have had in the very far back burner the idea of having all 4-way intersections have stop signs, because that absolutely is a cause of concern, and that's probably where a lot of the bike crashes happen, is because you have people crossing the stop signs that aren't, the bikes aren't stopping for the stop signs. If you know what I'm talking about, there's like, if you cross, I believe, Swenio, there are stop signs on one of the sides and not the other side. Sorry, I went off on a little bit of a tangent.
No, don't go to 6768 South.
Exactly, yeah.
It's scary.
So I guess my question is, why $600,000 towards enforcement and not, I know this is a solution, kind of in one area, but why not towards something else?
Yeah, great question. So a lot of things to unpack, but I'll start with just from the backwards forward. So the why. The first reason is that in order for more housing in the community to be viably permitted through the Coastal Commission has told us we need to figure out parking. The Coastal Commission is primarily concerned with coastal access, which is in their mind, a lot of times visitors visiting the community to come and visit the beach. And because of how congested the on-street situation is, they have in the past taken issue with housing development. That is one of the many reasons that we have such a housing crisis, not just in Isla Vista, but in the broader region of Santa Barbara County. In terms of why the community wanted to do this beyond that, I think that when the state law was being developed, this is how I got involved, is there was weekly meetings where the community would come together and kind of talk about the different issues in Isla Vista and really debate about, problems and how to solve them. And at the end of the time, folks in the room voted and said, these are the issues that we want to tackle. And one of the ones that rose to the top was parking. And so that was included in the legislation for us to do. And as you alluded to before, there has never been any county agency that has done dedicated parking enforcement, which is why there's not really an issue with supplanting any services, because the services just aren't happening in the same way that they would be if we were San Luis Obispo or just some other city. Does that answer your question?
Absolutely, yeah. If you'll allow one more question, I know I'm from LA, so I fully understand parking crises or crises. I know also in your report, it mentions perhaps piloting a permit program to sell permits for street parking. And I was wondering or asking, requesting, if that be an avenue alongside the enforcement. Because I know that enforcement isn't always well received by the city body.
Yes, that's a great question. The answer is absolutely yes. I believe that the only way that we will really truly solve the parking crisis is to have a residents only permit. And by residents only, that includes students. Don't ever let people tell you that you're not residents. That will be really important because there is a large spillover that we get, I believe. We've seen this a little bit in the data from some of the university-owned housing that is outside of Isla Vista. We think that there is the potential for more of that to happen depending on how things shake out with some of the new housing that's coming online. And we do know that there are some university staff or other employees that are in the area of UCSB to go to campus, but they're parking in Isla Vista because they know that it's free parking and saving a couple of dollars where they instead of parking, lot 22.
Yeah.
And so the residents only permit program would be able to help kind of melt some of those parkers out to the advantage of residents.
Okay, thank you, senators. Senator, we can kind of go over this will be our last questions for the evening. The rest I will have you follow up with Spencer.
Hi, Spencer. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate you giving this presentation. One thing you mentioned were these different like sub-governments, we can call them, like Goleta West, Ivy Rex, and Park, that seem to have jurisdiction over different parts of IB, similar to IVCSD. So what do you envision as the solution to this kind of fractured form of governance that we have in IB? And what can we as community members do to work towards a solution with, all the issues that we see that seem to stem from these kind of sub-jurisdictions?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. It's well recognized that when you have one multi-purpose form of government, that is preferable to having a number of singular purpose forms of government. And even the state of California has recognized this in how they have written laws about this subject. And there are processes by which governments can either consolidate or evolve into new agencies through what's called the LATCO process. So there are a number of different options for how that could happen to Isla Vista. It would take a lot of cooperation between agencies. It would also take a lot of public support. And for the question that I get sometimes about, why aren't we a part of the city of Goleta, or why aren't we part of the city of Santa Barbara? Why aren't we our own city? Really, it comes down to the financial viability as well. Do we have enough tax revenue through property taxes, through sales taxes, through our utility tax? There are a lot of other taxes that quote unquote normal cities have that we don't have, like a hotel tax, because we just don't have any hotels in Isla Vista. So we lose out on that revenue. So it's really a question of, would there be enough revenue to support the services? Because if you were a city, you would be taking on law enforcement, fire, EMS, planning, and all sorts of other administrative functions that are currently rest with the county.
Got it. Thank you.
Senator Minnick.
Thanks for coming. So I just wanted to ask about the timeline, because I know right now we're kind of the very, and we also went through this 3-year researching. So I know right now it's definitely the enforcement time. And one question I had regarding to that was, did we ever do any type of parking enforcement before this kind of project? And also, sorry, in terms of just the next steps, I'm looking at the action plan. How can students get involved in the next steps? And in terms of just do you guys need more money? Is this money that you got from the county only for this enforcement part, or I don't know if you could kind of talk about that a little bit too?
Yeah, it's a great question. So this is the first time that we have ever done parking compliance. There are intermittent examples where the California Highway Patrol is technically tasked with doing parking enforcement in unincorporated areas. However, this is a statewide problem. They don't have the resources to be able to fulfill their entire mandate, and their main mandate is highway patrol. And so, you know, we're not that near to a highway, so it makes sense that they don't come here that often and do enforcement. In terms of how students can be involved, I think there's a couple of ways. Everything that you all do to help promote alternative transportation is, I think, really the biggest thing for our buck. There are other communities that have done some really creative things in terms of funding models for public transit. I know that there is the lock-in fee that supports public transit, which is one of the many reasons that you get to have free transit access, which is awesome. And I missed that from when I was a student because I had to pay the fare now. But I think even too, there are examples of communities that have done partnerships, you know, with Amtrak, where they've bought down the cost of the total ticket and provided discounts to students. And I know that one of the things in our mobility survey that we found is it's not just the local transportation needs of getting from here to the grocery store. It's also the regional of getting back home to my parents' house.
Senator Hunter, I'm going to request that you follow up with Spencer via email. I apologize. Thank you, Spencer, so much for coming in today.
Thank you very much.
I really appreciate your help and for making me proud of you. Alrighty, everyone. We do have quite a lot on the agenda this evening, so we'll have to wrap through it all. We now move into unanimous consensus. We move into item D, public forum. Wonderful. Are there any specifics for public forum? I'm gonna go ahead and read your speaking agreements. You have 3 minutes to speak with 3 minutes for Q&A. Please state your name, your pronouns, and enunciate but refrain from yelling. Speculation of a senator's intentions is prohibited and may result in removal from your ability to speak. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it is on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning if it will be graphic. May only come over this. You may choose one to understand. Have you heard it enough? Wonderful.
Alright, thank you so much for letting me come back here, guys. My name is Ariman. I used to be the chair of finance last year, and I was also the engineering senator. For some context, you might have heard of it before. I've been building Mapache, which is supposed to be like a resource for students to get proper information about how this campus works, the policies, and how they can best make use of the resources over here that not only the association provides, but UCSB as a whole. So last week on Thursday, I conducted some live testing at the Senate Outreach Committee's meeting. And I basically had 4 people come in. I got them from like Yik Yak and Snapchat, so they're not my friends. I even shared a Google Drive with all of you where you can see their conversations and how the bot responded to different questions. But I'm just gonna quickly go over what they said. Zach said it was great. You know, the questions he was answering was basically about what is AS? How do I start a club? How do I get money for my club? This was what it was built to do initially anyways. So this was fine. And Nicole kind of had the same thing. But Matt, he was focusing on things that Bud did not know. He was focusing on things like, what does the MCC do on this random day? How do I pay my tuition? Can I pay it in like installments? Or how do I get new student orientations? Now, these are things that the board did not know. And he told me this is terrible. And it's understandable because his experience was negative. You know, he didn't get the answers that he needed from the board. But I think when you look at it closely, it highlights another property of the board. Every time it will ask a question it does not know, instead of hallucinating like ChatGPT or Gemini, it tells you, I don't know. And it will also guide you to something that it thinks might be relevant. Now, let me give you an example. So Matt asked it, if I'm having food insecurity issues, what do I do? Who do I contact? Now the bot, I didn't tell it about the food bank. So it just said, I don't know, but maybe you can try contacting CauseLab, or maybe you can try contacting PMHC. Now you can see these conversations in the Google Drive I shared with you, but I just thought that was really interesting. And Andreas, similar thing, he started with about was answering questions well. But the common weakness, or not weakness, but the common thing everyone said was that the training data was not complete. And obviously it's just working on what I know in my time as in the association. So, but what I took away from this beta testing is that not only is it capable of
Motion to extend the speaker's time by up to 5 minutes.
So the motion to extend the speaker's time up to 5 minutes. Senator Moniz. Motion has been moved second by non-discussion, Senator Rivera. Motion has been closed or any objection from. Any objection to consent, same motion passes.
So the two strengths of the system was that it had zero hallucinations, and missing information is extremely easy to fix. Like all the questions that I did not know the answer to just a week ago, it took me 10 minutes to search it up, add it to its data, and now it can answer all those questions just fine. The weakness that I heard from all of them was that it had no memory. Now that's something I've been working on for the past couple of days. It should be there, it should be fine. So to close, the beta showed exactly what we needed to see. The assistant is safe, it's reliable, and it's genuinely useful for people that have no idea about what AS does, which we know is a lot of people here at UCSB. So yeah, I'm just really looking forward to working with you guys and getting this institutionalized so that it becomes an actual resource that students can go to when they have any problems. Thank you. And now I'll be taking questions.
Senator Moniz.
Okay, I was looking through some of the docs that you had that had some of the questions that the students were asking. And a little bit of them are like outdated in terms of the finances because right now we're in a transition period. I'm not sure if you know, but we're launching Microid, which is this like online software where people can check their AS account balances live. And because we're in this transition period, authorized signer, like the status to get like authorized, like to get authorized access. I don't know. I can't speak anymore, but it's no longer submitting a physical form. It's completing a workshop and filling a QR code form, which we're just like uploading to our temporary.
Get to that question.
If you can find a way to like adjust it to including Microid or like adjusting that Microid if you need to get like the substances from finance committee, you can, but like making that change if that's like something you can.
Yeah, no, for sure. Right now, I was just training it on what I had online. That was at the legal code and financial policy. But yeah, if the finance committee could just share all that information with me,
Senator Goldman, Senator.
Yes, thank you, Arima, for coming. Appreciate you coming to outreach committee last week as well. I want to make everyone aware of the minutes from that meeting with some of the reviews are in the to be approved folder right now. So if you want some more information, look at that. Ariman, how do you anticipate us, or how would you like us to proceed with institutionalizing this? And what would the cost be?
All right, loaded question. Okay, so
not really.
It's just we've been talking about that for a while. But institutionalizing it, I think the best way would just be that you have someone that's not only in the IVP's office, but on the staff end as well, that is there to manage this. And I'm not talking just about the system itself, I'm talking about the information that it has access to as well. I think there needs to be more testing to find out even if it has some more knowledge gap, which I'm sure it does. So maybe having like a small committee of senators or just normal students going through all this again. I will also be here for about 30 days, like a 30-day warranty period. So if there's any problems, I'll be here as well. I'm assuming there's a lot more details that we would have to go through that we can talk about later as well if you have any more concerns. And the price, I think Senator Harper and I discussed it a couple of weeks ago, but we were kind of around the range of 15 to 20,000, but we can definitely negotiate and get to a proper number.
Speaker has seconds left, so if you have any other questions, email right over. So you said so.
Thank you so much. Guys.
Thank you, Arma. Next up on the agenda is Paris. Have you heard the speaking agreement? You have 3 minutes.
Okay, cool. Hi, my name is Karis Kochnick. I'm here representing Word Magazine as the managing editor as well as Avi Arts as a whole. I am simply requesting an update on the transfer of the full amount of our money that should have been allotted to Ivy Arts, but AS has found.
IVP Law.
There's a forthcoming motion. Either this week or next.
Okay, just because I know it's been on your agenda for like a whole folder, and I'm hoping that because we rely on that money.
Yeah, this went up to the University of California, almost the president level. This was something that was not actionable on our end until we received official documentation from them. We received the official documentation from them and now received.
Right, sounds good. Thank you.
All right, next up is our very own internal vice president, Ivy Kiwala, who is here to discuss these 6.5 pilot additions in support of the Great Friendly project. IVP, have you heard these speaking agreements?
Sir, yes, sir.
Wonderful. All right, you have 3 minutes whenever you are.
Yeah. Hi, Senators. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm here to address you not as the internal vice president this year or as chair in any capacity, not even as an officer of the association really, but rather as a fellow student, tenant, and neighbor. This last Thursday, an old problem, one of those you wish does not revisit you, very much did. Put simply, the ceiling of my 6.5 Del Playa room began leaking. The only difference was that this time it was not just an isolated spot, as was the case previously. When it reached bed and other furniture and electronic equipment and the like, but at 2 distinct spots. Per usual, there was no response from my landlord, not even the habitual cleaning of the roof, which of course is nothing but a Band-Aid, doing nothing to deal with the structural issue. I saw that the situation was getting dangerous, so to avoid direct physical harm, I left the room the following day, so that Friday, and spent the night in my office right here in AS Main. And as uncomfortable as a tiny couch might have been, it was at least a solid roof over one's head. I woke up the next day to find out that this might have been a pretty wise decision, as a text from my housemate read, "By the way, Henry, your roof is done for," with the photo link on your agenda attached. Indeed, the water pressure, made possible by continued negligence on the part of my landlord, came together to make the ceiling cave in, leaving behind a gaping hole. This was the same negligence shown to tenants well before me several years ago. The same ordeal visited a tenant of another unit in the same building, with even more of the building caving in. Dozens before me have had to deal with similar issues of water and structural damage, along with the mold and the other consequences that come with it. This was the same negligence shown when my parents made it clear that this would not be tolerated if it were to reappear, when the landlord lied through his teeth in saying that it had been dealt with and would not be repeated. It's the same negligence which has continuously put my life and that of dozens of other residents in that 6.5 DP building and throughout IV callously at risk. And it's the same negligence that, when faced with the only question that came to mind, what would you do if it were your son living in these conditions, had no response, because there's no way to argue around this. This negligence was shown by my landlord, Bob Lufgren. And it's time to address this issue head on with full names. As students elected by our peers, it's our duty to raise our voices and seek justice when a certain set of the landlord class demonstrate that we can't find that word in the dictionary, let alone practice. To make it clear that it's not acceptable in this community to make students live in conditions as miserable as you're capable of, just to eke out that much more profit. Many of you might know this story in part, but I spent the first 11 years of my life in Albania, which is one of the
Senator, I motion to extend the speaker's time by 5 minutes.
So the motion to extend the speaker's time by 5 minutes.
Second.
Question from Movie, second by Congress, question, Senator.
All question.
Question from Councilor Nature, question. Sorry, Nature, sorry. Seeing no question, has to see.
Thanks, Senators. Many of you know this story in part, but I spent the first 11 years of my life in Albania, which is one of the poorest countries in Europe, on the top 6, whose per capita income is about 1/10 of that in Santa Barbara County. The generations of my parents and grandparents lived under the most severe form of communism and the impoverishment that comes with it
that appeared on that continent. And still, you would be hard pressed to find conditions like this in the environment we grew up in. This problem is not caused by a lack of wealth, but a lack of will. A lack of will by a set of the landlord class who sees neither a strategic nor, God forbid, a moral imperative to create conditions for the tenants who live in their residences to be, or rather conditions that they would be comfortable with their children living in. But if they're unwilling, it doesn't mean that our hands are tied. It's actually quite the opposite. It means that action on our end becomes an imperative. I'm personally taking every step possible to advocate for justice for those living in the impacted building in situations like it. But there's only so much a tenant can do. We as an association can change the landscape of housing, its quality, and tenants' access to it in Isla Vista. For years, staff and student position holding members of the association have been talking about a forthcoming Rate My Landlord website, which seemed ever just beyond arriving. Through the work of our interim executive director, Sean Lieberman, and the office of our external vice president for local affairs, EJ Rod, this crucial tool is finally within reach. On the agenda tonight, brought by Senators Lucan and Hepburn, is a bill that would make this permanent part of our legal code. And it's in the Senate's hands to allocate all the funding and resources needed to make sure it functions effectively for years to come. It accomplishes two things. It first allows students to make more fully informed decisions, following the model of the nationwide Rate My Professor system. It's information even more important than choosing your courses. It shapes where you will live, study, rest, and socialize, even the quality of the air you breathe, as I found out this last week. It will secondly signal to landlords that students are not ephemeral, ever-flowing commodities who stop by for a few years, just long enough for exploitation, and just briefly enough to avoid any accountability. The landscape will be different because there will be a permanent record of landlords in the treatment of tenants, and a local community which will actively engage with and build on this tool. Of course, this is not the last word for student activism. As I see it, this problem will not be fully solved until those who live here have real representation and tangible policy mechanisms at their hands. In my view, and that of countless other students, that will come in the form of a city government. We must lay out the groundwork necessary to make the reality of safe, accountable Isla Vista housing begin now with the first steps in this front. By implementing this bill, we as an association would be taking our strongest step yet toward ensuring the constitutional right laid out as the very second item in our ASUCSB Bill of Rights that, quote, all students shall have the right to affordable housing. So as your peer and as your neighbor, I ask you to take action on this issue of unparalleled importance. Your fellow students will be with you every step of the way. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take any and all questions. Senator.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Henry, for bringing this to us. I think this bill is very important. Developing the Rate My Landlord site is going to be a big step. You're the second person today who has mentioned the city of IV. And I want, from your opinion as someone who's been in the association for a while, how do you see the association working with relevant members in the community in IVCSD, for example, to move forward?
That's a lovely question. I have only a part of the picture and predominantly from the ASN, but there are several ways you can help make this happen. You can show up at IVCSD meetings, as is currently the legal code requirement for all campus senators. You can engage actively. You can appeal to the county, who will be crucial here. You can help in the research effort, but I think the most crucial, tangible, immediate next step is it will require funding to research what it will take, the feasibility part of creating a city government. And what better sign of our commitment to our community would there be than allocating a part of our seemingly endless budget to something with benefits as extensive as this. So I think there's engaging and lobbying and being there for those who will be leading this effort. And part of it is just allocating funding to show that we're a part of this. This belongs to us, and it will establish that buy-in for future generations who will feel the city of IV belongs to them directly. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions before we move on? Seeing none, IVP, thank you.
Thank you so much, guys.
IVP Lala, would you like to share?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Alright, I will change it to VP Waller. Not yet, like, say 2 minutes, I'll yield in 2 minutes. Okay, like I said, we have a lot on the agenda, the next thing we'll, with unanimous.
I'm here for public forum. Is there, that's still allowed?
Yes, you can speak for.
I know the speaking agreement.
And we're here, who are you, Gerald?
I'm on behalf of the speech forensics team and the debate team, and I'll allocate them both in my 3 minutes.
1 second. Alright, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
This is me in public forum, putting it into your minds on 2 motions that are going to be made later this meeting. One in relation to funding for speech forensics, as we talked about last Wednesday, and then one in relation to debate team. I'm talking about it now because I asked around and said, what's the best way to go about it? Public forum was the answer. First, speech forensics. Last Wednesday, the Senate approved them to have their budget of up to $7,000 for the tournament that they did last weekend. That enabled 18 people to go and do the tournament. It was a great success. Some people even got gold. Thank you all on their behalf. However, the finance committee, for reasons unknown to me, did not even talk about it in their most recent meeting for this 1-time or 2-time exception that is required for them to be able to get the requisition. What this means is that thousands of dollars were spent out of students' bank accounts, and yet they cannot requisition it because the finance committee didn't go over. I contacted all 3 members who are senators on the finance committee why this was, and got no response from 2 of them, and 1 of them did not know. I'm not trying to place blame, I'm just saying I tried the other ways of trying to figure this out, but could not find the answer. So now I have to go to Senate and say, hey guys, can you, on behalf, part of the motion later that we can talk about in discussion, is approving these exceptions? Because if we continuously wait for the finance committee, it takes longer for these students to get their money back. That means that's thousands of dollars out of their hands, perhaps taking loans from their parents, as I often have to do for the debate team, that they can't get money back because I don't know why finance committee didn't talk about it. On top of that, I specifically texted telling them that the speech team went for a cheaper hotel. If you guys remember the conversation, should we put them in a cheap hotel or a nicer one? They chose at the finance chair's recommendation to do a cheaper hotel to increase the likelihood of it getting passed through the finance committee for the exceptions. They did it within the original budget, went super cheap, and it wasn't discussed. And so now they're still out all that money. And I think we should do it ASAP to get it cleared. We'll talk about that in a motion later. Second, debate team. I represented the debate team at the finance committee meeting of a budget for our fall championships, and it was outright rejected for reasons only particular to 1 budget item, the hotels. The 2 reasons I believe were pretty unfair, and we'll talk about this more in discussion, but the motion is going to be brought to say to approve that. Obviously, I prefer the finance committee to be doing this, and I'm not trying to step on toes or put blame or anything. There's so many things that go on, but ultimately, I'm just trying to give you the heads up before we talk about it.
Please be careful about senator contentions while speaking.
Okay, I thought I just said I don't like wanna. Okay. I'm sorry for any misunderstanding. I'm not trying to step on toes, not speculating on intentions. There's no blame. I'm just explaining why I'm here at Senate.
Thank you.
I yield.
Are you accepting any questions?
Yes.
Senator.
I actually don't have a question, I have answers. Regarding the first answers, so basically,
It's out of order.
Oh.
It's out of order. We'll discuss.
I thought you that.
I have a point of information. Can you point of order during public forum?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You can order the body, the deliberative body of the situation.
Thank you.
I'll look at everything's correct and wrong. Alright, I'll yield chair to them.
Yeah, any part of the meeting you can raise point of order. But yeah, this is a question, the senators raise questions to the speakers and give responses concerning the discussion items as just for them. It's not a matter.
No problem.
Thanks. Are there any other speakers here for public forum?
Sean, do you need to go now, or would it be okay if we did for the course later on?
Yeah, I've got maybe 8 minutes for stuff, that
So now,
now would be good.
okay. Do we have? We have here some section, doing section I5, executive director's report. Details of the consent. Okay. Welcome, agree. Pursuant to Senate Rules Section F clause 5, officers of the association providing reports must take questions from senators relevant to the matters brought presented, knowing that you still wish to report.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Please move.
All right, hello senators. Very quickly, as I mentioned before, but our MIP microwave system for financials has entered the onboarding stage. I actually got my email to be onboarded this afternoon. So progress is being made, and I believe senators and those in charge of accounts will be getting emails soon too. There's just like a little video you have to watch and PDF and some things like that, but things are moving along, thankfully. So it's been a while, a long time coming. I had a very random one about sustainability of things and about when you have your bills. This is about no bill in particular. But just to think about when you have new committees or new appointments, or maybe even new standing policy, think about the distribution of power, think about choke points. So this came to mind because of the previous system of honoraria, right? We had an issue with honoraria committee many years ago in an IVP, and they didn't appoint anyone, and things ground to a halt, and it failed because there was no secondary system, because there was no backup, because there was no if this fails, then do this. So this is just a recommendation to, if you can, when you're building new parts of your legal code, to add those fail safes, to add those things to look for and go, oh, wait a minute, if this person just doesn't call the meeting, this entire thing fails. Or if this person doesn't do X, Y, and Z, then this whole thing just doesn't happen. So I just want people to think about that when you distribute power to different committees or different organizations or different people, to think about that. Like I said, this is not in particular one thing, just something that came to mind. And then just to speak to what the Division of Student Affairs had mentioned earlier with Miles and Suzanne, is that me and our staff being part of that student life division cluster has really increased the collaboration and the connections. I have a lot more meetings and related to those staff members. I have one even tomorrow about the directors in that area. Our finances are our own. I mean, we're talking about our own financial system here. So we're still doing all of that. So none of that is affected. So I just wanted to reinforce that. And then I on their websites, if you search for it, you can see the other departments that are part of this reformed cluster. And it's us, Office of Black Student Development, Engagement, Early Childhood Care and Education, Non-Traditional Students, Office of Student Conduct, the Multicultural Center, Orientation Program and Parent Services, RCSGD, SEAL, Stark Student Publications, and Women, Gender, and Sexual Equity. So that's the student life cluster and AS that the staff are part of. So think of the staff as over here, and the students still exist in this area here, not absorbed. To use the phrase. So those were the highlights I wanted to hit upon. So, are there any questions on the event?
Are there any questions?
Sarah, any questions? Not sure.
Is there any way in which an honorary committee can exist with modernized mechanisms, in your opinion, or would it have to be in the stipulated bill that is on tonight's agenda? Like, is that, I understand this is a collaboration between multiple people and finance committee, I believe. I don't know. But is there any way that the honorary committee exists and maintains the student autonomy and distributing fees without kind of delegating that? Or is this too far off the line?
There's always a way, but there's a lot of factors with honorary. There's the liability, there's the students
yeah, I think delegation of it to other people, especially like to as a staff group is a little bit different, but it does make things easier in some regards, but I understand the concern. It's complicated, and I think Holly and Marissa can speak better to that because they're more in the weeds on it. I'm mostly, made the forms and export the data and give it to them. I think there are proper ways that can work probably both ways, with an honorary committee that exists with students and also without it. Which one is faster? Which one is more equitable? Who is submitting the honorary request, the individual or the chair? I think because we've tried several different things, some things are just like, well, that didn't work. And sometimes it just doesn't work because of the workload of it all too. So I don't have a clear answer for you. I'm sorry on that. But I see the point. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. You just mentioned that kind of made this distinction. I know is more of a like analogy or metaphor, but you kind of said students still exist over here, and staff have just been absorbed in this cluster. The question rises in my mind, be that the case, if the associated students is the department of campus that is run by students, but staff are being clustered, within student life, who are staff really beholden to? Because you would hope that across campus, administrators are beholden to students, but if you go and try to meet with campus dining, you know that that's not the case. So sorry, that's my question. Didn't mean to add on.
Yeah, no. Well, I can only speak to like my experience, right? Because when I started, I started here a long time ago, but when I started as the interim, when Marcel was still around, we hadn't moved to a cluster, right? We were still reporting directly to Margaret and her position. And that I had a meeting with her, and it went well. It was fine. The only difference I've noticed is more collaboration. So like personally, and like my interactions with student senate, my interactions with the executives, all of that has remained the same. And as I believe Suzanne mentioned too, the student leaders have all met with Mike Miller, like at that level, at the vice chancellor level, this entire time as well. So it's not like there's an extra step of well, I got to talk to Suzanne, who's between me and Mike first, right? So there's that level of extra exposure does not exist. It exists for me, but the collaboration with the rest of the division has been beneficial in my view, and there hasn't been any additional constraints put on me or pressures, or I'm reporting to a different unit and a different person, so therefore I'm have a different experience with all of you and the students that has not been in my experience at all. So I definitely hear and the concern about it, because that had been a concern. It's just like, well, what does this mean? Because it was an unknown. It existed in this way for so long, and now something is changing, and it seems like, well, like what is this about? And so far in my honest experience, I've been here a while, it's just been more collaborative with staff and other parts of the division of the campus, which has been good. Like we're not siloed in my perspective as much as maybe we had been in the past couple of years.
Okay, that clarifies things. Thank you.
Thank you for providing clarifications for the organization, but I have a few questions. Specifically, you guys mentioned that the financial procedure would be on by the new staff leader, but don't professional staff specifically have now a veto power on AS's financial decisions? So for example, if we do pass a new student fee, and professional staff sees to it that it violates some sort of COP planning policy, why can't that determination be done by students?
Well, a determination about UCOP policy would happen before it passes. It's only happened, I think, once, and it wasn't with an AS fee. That something passed on the ballot, and then later UCOP is like, "What are you doing? You can't do that," or we didn't have it exactly properly. The language wasn't exactly right. For everything that goes in our ballot, we send it to UCOP long before it's actually on the ballot. So they check it for language. So there's not that. That happened just a couple of years ago with the grammar There was a sponsored ballot initiative that was gonna go on. It was to provide Grammarly for everybody, and that was rejected by UCLA. And so it didn't go on the ballot, so it didn't happen. Everything's checked beforehand, so that wouldn't happen. And so UCLA has to check everything to make sure it goes by their policy, right? So there's our policies and there's campus policy and there's residential policy, right, through UCLA. And so it happens ahead of time, so it wouldn't happen after the fact. Is there like, if you have an example of something or like a different hypothetical, then I'm hoping to hear that.
The speaker's last question is for Moise.
So wondering how AS staff or flex card.
So as card holders, I think, one, two. I think we've got maybe 5, maybe 6. So not that many.
And then how many flex cards exist in the staff? Like, is it the same amount as the people that are observing?
Yeah, you can't have more than one flex card. And so the flex, and just so to clarify, like the flex card is a credit card that staff can have so that you can flex and purchase something in a moment that's a little bit more timely. You still have to fill out all the requisitions, and you still have to be approved minutes, and there still has to be all of that. It's just a little bit faster. But you also can't use that for travel and entertainment. So, which means like food either. So you can't use it for travel, you can't use it for food. It's for other purchases. Like if I needed at the last minute a new iPad or something like that, I could use the Flex card to purchase that as long as I fill out all the appropriate paperwork.
Thank you so much. Let's move into. Yeah, the very unanimous that moves into I8 administrative reports. That's okay. Adriana, I think I believe it was.
Yep.
Good. Have you heard the speed agreement?
Yeah, I agree.
Proceeding on 10 minutes.
Sick. Hope you guys are all doing well. Sorry, let me turn up my phone. Apologies, I can't be there tonight. I got a midterm tomorrow at 9:30, but I'll try and make this one quick, and then also just letting you all know I've talked to Senate leadership. I believe there will be a closed session tonight, so I'll speak with you guys all later then about some issues. But I kind of wanted to just talk about 2 brief things today. I'll start with what I would assume is like the easier one, which is just like I see your guys' honorary rework is on the agenda. I kind of just have like one main contention with it, just for you all to think about, which is what is a standard of evaluation and who you want to be evaluating like your payment as a member of the association. Because I know in it there's the change that chairs are going to be the ones kind of doing the evaluating, and it's pretty much just going to get passed through from what I read. If that's incorrect, please correct me. But the issue with that is you're kind of changing the standard per BCU. So depending on like what chair you have, some chairs might be much more lax and are probably might just pass everyone through. On the other hand, some chairs, which I kind of doubt it, might be more stringent, but it's like you want the same standard for everyone to be approving funding, especially like with the natures of BCUs where you all work very closely and you're kind of working with your friends. It's oftentimes very hard to like evaluate against like certain criteria because of that. That's just kind of my take on it. That's why I like it with the Senate. I know it's a lot of work, but just having a group of people who's a little more disconnected just allows like everyone's getting evaluated in the exact same way, which in my opinion is like the fairest way to do it.
Can I correct you? Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Okay, so in the bill, we have a standard deduction section. In that standard deduction section, there are only a few type of deductions, and they are all standardized. That being unexcused absences. So if you're unexcused, you get a 2.7% deduction for each absence. And this will be readjusted to the amount of meetings, but we are assuming that it'll be 9 regular meetings per quarter. But we have it listed in legal code to readjust it to that number of regular meetings. An incompletion of legal code duties, that's a 10% deduction. And the only other deduction listed as of now is a 15% deduction for the chairs themselves if they do not attend the State of the Association. So we also have it that not just chairs are submitting these forms, but this has been run through Director of Finance and Budget Michael Saya and Vincent Tong from Financial Operations, that advisors will also be working with the chairs to ensure that attendance is corrected and checked before it's sent off to the financial operations team. So there's really no like leeway, which you would have seen in the honorary prior. Sorry for the long-winded answer.
No, you're good. I mean, that might be like a pretty black and white evaluation, but like in the same line, it's incompletion of legal code duties, which is a 10% deduction. There's really no way for anyone to evaluate that, like on the Senate side or like in the BCUs. Like that is, it's gonna. I have a feeling it's gonna be this speculation, but it's gonna be pretty arbitrary, and no one's gonna want to be a chair. It's kind of, in my opinion, as if I was a chair, like in the past when I've been a chair for my committee last year, you're probably more inclined to not really deduct anything because you have interpersonal relationships in your BCUs. And for like a category that isn't going to be like a standard one, which is like absences, where it's, no one's really going to be able to check that. It's going to be completely different per BCU per chair. That's just kind of what I'm getting at. I know you guys take most of your legal code pretty slowly, which I do really appreciate, but this one especially, just honorary is a big thing. Especially like if our standard for evaluation isn't concrete and basically the same across the association. We want to be able to like show the association, not the association, we want to be able to show campus that we're capable of administering our own funds in a fair and just way, because I think this opens up a lot of room for like just criticism. But that's kind of all I have to say about that. I'm sure I can talk with you guys outside the meeting about this. The other thing I just wanted to elaborate on, because I don't believe the Senate has been talked about this, is last meeting, I think there was like a misunderstanding that an amendment to the Constitution was passed in the spring that changed the presiding officer to the president. That was not on the ballot. That was not voted on, nor was it passed in any way. So like the IVP is still the presiding officer of the Senate. That's a very specific role under Robert's rules and our legal code. I've mentioned this before, but in the past, like delegating chairship, what was really only used kind of like in extenuating, like rare circumstances. And it's extremely important for the IVP to be chairing these Senate meetings. We had the same issue last year with the former IVP, but removing the IVP from that like position of actively chairing just kind of opens up to like a lot of like legal criticisms, which I don't think the IVP wants. I don't think the Senate really wants, or anyone really wants to pursue. So just make sure you guys are all in understanding of that. Presiding officer is like a very concretely defined term. Generally, chairship shouldn't be like passed around a ton. That's also just like my opinion under Robert's rules, because you want someone who's going to be in there like consistently, and who's going to be like a standard evaluator. And also, when the chair is getting delegated to the pro temps, you're just taking out a voting member, someone who was elected by their constituents to speak at a meeting and to vote and to have their like represent their constituents. So if this is like something you guys want to change and do another amendment in the spring, like go for it. But right now the current standard needs to be that the IVP, who is the presiding officer, needs to be chairing these meetings. That's kind of all on that. And if you guys have any questions, let me know. And I'll also speak to you guys again about 2 other things in closed session.
Yeah, thanks, AJ. Without speaking to the concept of presiding officer thing, that was an honest misunderstanding. That change was on a winter special election ballot, which got, if I'm not mistaken, like 4% of the vote, which is slightly short of the 20% needed. And genuine mistake, I thought it was, I knew there was something that was not on the spring ballot. Apparently this was that. So my bad. Senators, any questions for the AG? Okay, seems not. Thank you, items.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, should we move into new business? Section B, C new business?
Consent.
Consent. Okay, we begin with a bill to add the healthcare initiatives coordinator to the external vice president for local affairs office.
This bill is very brief. There's one grammatical error which will be fixed in committee, or one or two. But this position has existed for years now. It's just never been seen in legal code. I couldn't find a previous bill to enact it, but it's been on the EVPLA's office website. They've hired this position for multiple years, so all it's really doing is codifying this position. And this position is to help with like SGI grant funds, other various health initiatives seen throughout Isla Vista and on campus.
Does the second one speak?
Honestly, you covered that pretty beautifully. Again, it is pretty simple, so it's just one new position. I feel like we continue to talk, it's just feeling silent, so instead of you all.
Yeah, so I was in the EVP of this office last year, and I'm just a little confused by this, because actually, I think the chief of staff was the liaison for the student health advisory committee, like even if you go on up to the decision making. So I was just wondering, is that like changed or because it said on here that the healthcare initiative coordinator should be.
That's a request from the EVPLA.
Okay.
If you'll allow a quick back and forth, number one, what committee are you looking to get this table to?
I was thinking advocacy would make the most sense.
Okay, when and if and when this is tabled to advocacy, I believe the two radical areas you're talking about are it's missing and the end of the whereas clause, just so that's instruction for later on. My questions are, I guess this is also for advocacy committee, if the authors can provide the fiscal impact as like we're all being standardized and I see that there's a contention to that, but I was wondering, how did they previously get paid? Following Senator Menikova's kind of comment and
two things. There's no fiscal impact because it's just a reallocation of funds from the office. So we can just put net zero. The second, this position's been paid for, which is a huge problem. The fact that this position has gone unappointed or has been appointed and is not in legal code, it just shows how our honorary system is flawed, which we'll talk about too. So
You're still back and forth.
I was gonna make a motion. I was gonna make a motion.
I'm clear, my bad. Roger?
Motion to table bills to add the healthcare initiatives coordinator to the external vice president's for local external vice president's office to advocacy committee.
Got a motion table. Bill's in. So bill to add the healthcare initiatives coordinator to the external vice president's office. Yeah, this should also probably be fixed. Is there a second? Hold on, second. There's been a second one on discussion. Okay.
I motion to amend the motion and strike the word table and add the word referred. In its place.
There's a motion to amend the motion, add the word. To strike the word table and add the word refer to its place. As the second, can I just rescind?
This is so easy, bro.
Yeah,
Let's just do it. It's fine. It's good to get used to.
Second.
There's been a second round discussion. That's been fine. Question, call the general question. Consent. Consent. Say no. Motion passes. Nice. Very good. It's trying to. Yeah, we're still in discussion on the main motion. Look, call the question. The question has been called. Is a general question. Consent. There's no consent. Seeing none, it passes 3-0 with the advocacy. Okay, we move on to a bill to modernize honorary Rockland Senator Sussman and Jones. The floor is yours.
Yay. I know there's contention with this, but I can assure you this bill has been vetted by Michael, by Vincent. Sean has had access to this for weeks now, has looked over it. Holly and Marissa, we've been meeting about this bill since I want to say September. And it's gone through multiple stages and reworking, and what we've come with the Senate today is what we believe to be not only the most standardized and fair version of honorary assessments, but also the fastest and most effective way to receive stipends or to receive honoraria across the association. I'm really proud of it. There are a few amendments that Melanie and I will bring to committee just off of observation from state of the association. And there's one thing that I forgot to add, which is just the Human Fellowship honoraria. But it'll be brought to committee hopefully by the end of the evening. Again, this is a very lengthy bill. And what it's doing is automating honoraria. So that way it's a standardized process. And there will hopefully be no more waiting checks or wondering when honorary committee meets or when a judicial council meeting will take place. It's a lot of work, but it'll be beneficial for the entire association. I truly believe.
Again, Evan has laid it out pretty well. Yeah, just to reiterate, like we've been working on this summertime, and again, we've been in collaboration with staff, particularly about timeline and just how to effectively legislate this, being that it is a huge change and it just completely restructures the way that honoraria has been done. Specifically, for people who have not been on honoraria committee. In the past, there hasn't been no standardization at all about what constitutes a deduction, and it's up to the committee to figure that out on the spot. And that can change, and that's just not right. So our goal really was to lay it out as clear as possible so that there is no more what ifs and buts and all of these issues that arise with not having a standardized list of deductions. I mean, I tried to lay it out in the email for, I know it's a really hefty bill, so if you guys have any further questions, of course, I'm not answering those. And we want to work together on this. So if you have suggestions and criticism, like, of course, we want to hear it and so.
Sounds good.
Has Michael and the financial operations team been part of the staff discussions you've had?
They've looked over this bill multiple times, and we've been emailing and texting throughout the entirety of this past week, making sure that this bill is great.
I mean, I have a whole kind of copy and paste of my notes on this bill. I think the main thing for me is, I'm hesitant to go down the line of my notes, because it's not conducive if this is gonna go through committee. But if you guys, well, when it does get sent to committee, I'd ask or invite the discussion here even to wonder why we're, like, so to speak, outlawing retroactive honoraria and checks. I don't understand why you need a special exception to get a check. I think that that's a standard form of payment. And if somebody wants, I mean, I understand that you have to go through the avenues and if it can be available, I'm not sure why we're making it more difficult to be available. However, I think that's a point for you all to think about. I think that there's opportunity for a clause to be added for outlining that if the honorary earner feels that their honorary has been wrongfully docked or entirely struck, the honorary earner has the right to appeal to the judicial council. I know that that's earlier in legal code, but this is clearly going to be a section of legal code that's going to be reviewed by a lot of the associations. So if we're pointing them in the right direction, this specific article, I think that would be helpful. Secondly, I'm a little concerned. I know that there are my asking too many questions? All right, this is just kind of like my checklist for when this is in committee, this is not gonna be fixed on the floor right here. So if you want me to stop and kind of keep going further down.
The first and second one need to respond.
So we're not outlawing checks or even adding like a different avenue for posting one. It's just, it's more of like a recommendation of for the purpose of modernizing it. It doesn't really make sense to have that as like the sole option, and obviously, you know, we have it listed out, so it's like, we just wanted to make it clear that that shouldn't be the first option. Because the point is to modernize it. Checks aren't the most modern way, but we do realize that some students do need checks. So we didn't want to just like get rid of it and sure.
I'll also add Michael and Vincent have told us that in the future with the new system that they are implementing, which is right, they're looking to eventually get rid of checks in probably past our time as Senate. But they're in looking to inevitably have it all digitally moved. So, and then also in regards to judicial council, it's also stipulated, and we've talked to the chair
under section 7 that if someone feels that their honoraria has been rightfully deducted or unrightfully deducted, they can appeal to judicial council by week 10. And an amendment that I've spoken about with Josie is they just want an extension should they see that the case will take much longer. So as it currently stands, I spoke with Josie last evening. She said she just wants the deadline for judicial council to have the case done by the end of week 2 of the following quarter, and stop the process, and that judicial council can have alleviation of these timelines if they see fit. So it is hardly listed in here if people feel that their honoraries are unrightfully deducted, which hopefully won't be the case because it's largely on attendance and fulfilling meetings.
Since we're back and forth here.
Yes, we are.
That would also, would that not also have to be outlined in the judicial council legal code? Then any exceptions to be granted in the honorary process, so that would have to be further included in this bill.
That wouldn't need to be included in this bill, but it can be a simple bill following. But being that we are delegating the task to judicial council in this section of legal code, I think it can be fine for right now. And again, it could be a simple bill with very simple going forward, but they understand their duties following this bill.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to delegate duties that aren't, that's beside the point, real minor. I have a concern about who's checking the chair. I know that their honoraria is based off of AS1 and all the orientation, or not AS1, but it's forgive me, but can you speak to the who's checking the chair's honorary?
The advisor. Oh, yeah, so sorry, Holly. The advisor is working closely with the chair, not only to facilitate the honorary evaluation forms, but to conduct attendance. So the advisor, from what Michael, Vincent, and staff have been saying, is the advisor for these committees will work on the evaluation form. And the advisor will also evaluate the filming duties for the chairs as well. So if they're not doing the job, then the advisor will grant such a deduction for the chair if necessary, which undoubtedly would unlikely happen, being that we are an association of big chairs.
Last two things, I won't take up.
Sorry, sir. Holly's been waiting for quite a while. Holly, would you like to speak?
Yeah, no, thank you, Enrian. Sorry, Senator Pasher. I just have a quick comment. I just wanted to add some additional context for you all from some of the conversations that Evan and Melanie and Marissa and I have had related to honoraria. So obviously Marissa and I have been in a few honoraria cycles. So really some of the patterns that we had brought to you all are really kind of some of the overarching issues that inform some of this legislation, I would say, though the idea is just really mostly originated from senators and from some other advisors. But really what we're hoping for you all to seek to resolve, which may help inform some of the questions that you're asking or some of the solutions that you're thinking about, is just really the challenges that we have cycle after cycle. If like an honorary committee isn't appointed, like what happens then? And then now we have an entire association that doesn't receive honoraria. And because we have such a diverse group of students and the association, I mean, Marissa and I will get 80 emails a month from students that are like, I have a significant financial need. I really need this money. And it feels terrible for us when we're like, I'm really sorry that we're not the decision makers and I can't award this for you. And we're not necessarily seeking to, but just presenting you with some of the challenges that have kind of happened over the cycles, right? So when there's not a committee in place, when the committee is unable to convene, and really sort of the impacts that happen on the association when there's been inconsistent guidelines, right? So last year a chair may have had X requirement, and then this year there's a different requirement. So being able to have sort of consistent requirements to meet for the honoraria, I think would be helpful. I think there's different opinions amongst advisors around honoraria in general, right? I think some will argue that if you're appointed to the position, if you complete the work, that you should be paid, and the process of having a review can introduce bias and really can result in a situation where somebody completes work and then they don't get paid for it, and the ethical issues that arise from that. And then there are some advisors that would recommend that there be different layers of review because they witness, students that are on boards that they advise that don't show up, and the impact that that has on the board for everyone to be paid the same when not the same amount of work is contributed. So all of those are sort of patterns that have arisen over the last few years that we've really presented to you all to seek to resolve. I would say mainly the big issue is just the impact when the honorary committee is not able to convene in a timely fashion, and really sort of the disproportionate effect that it has on the students that really rely on the honoraria payments for basic needs. And of course, we refer the students to other resources, but really that was the basis of the recommendations that we brought to you all. What it winds up looking like, I think I would encourage you all to continue thinking through all those different steps, but really the foundation of it is like, what do we do if there's no committee and you all are the only ones that are able to generate that? And we have students that really need to get paid. So that's sort of the basis of that. But if anyone has any questions for me specifically, I'll take them. Otherwise, I'll cede the floor to you. Thank you.
Great, so we have 2 minutes left until we have to go into recess. It seems like people are not prepared to make motions on this. How would you like to proceed? Last discussion items, and we wrap this up at that. Patrick?
I would ask the authors their discretion on this, but I really don't want to rush through this. I think that this is a grand change and we have a long agenda. I mean, we're just gonna have to sit with that reality. We took 2 hours to listen to reports, rightfully so. But I don't want to rush through this, so.
Okay, how about this? Let's just go into recess right now.
Yep.
Maybe we'll just, we can get through recess feedback, you're gonna bring some papers.
It's big, yeah.
Yes. Okay, confirming with the public forum. Okay, you next have to move back into section. Section D, public forum.
Consent.
There's like consent. Okay. Great. Hello, siblings. I'm Yeshua Valdez Rodriguez. I'm representing COC as the Outreach and Recruitment Coordinator. I'm here to ask for more funding from the Center Unallocated Fund, given that our fund is right now $10,105.50, with our honoraria like already passing that, with it being $10,350. So just thinking kind of honoraria, we're already in debt with $200. And I believe, Lily sent you the form?
Yeah, I think it's.
And we also paid for the chairs meeting earlier this quarter for fall. And if you take that to the account, we're now at 11,243. So we're already pretty surpassed our budget. So I'm here asking for more money to help pay for our quarterly chair meetings, as well as table supplies and outreach activities and events that will help us get more people within AS from a diverse group of people. Lily and I have came up with a couple of estimates for how much all of our events will cost and that we plan to do. For fall, winter, and spring quarterly chairs meetings, we planned it all costing a total of $2,700, with more events helping to increase a diversity within AS and having them like join. We plan on that having also being 2,700, with us having plans on having outreach events like Valentine themed matchmaking events, dinner with chairs, boards, vision boards, how you can fit within AS, just activities to help students get more involved and interested in AS overall. We also need tabling supplies, because we do not have any tabling supplies. I had to actually donate to committees on committees a white tablecloth, $800 for that. That would include tablecloth, plastic stands for graphics and flyers, printing for flyers, snacks, and merchandise to give out, and also COC and AS stickers. We also kind of want more budget for to make up for the honoraria, which would be $200. All this together would rack around 6,700, but we're only asking for 6,000 due to we believe we can budget correctly and show results given our situation. I'm also free to answer any questions. Thank you. Senators? Lugan.
Can you clarify exactly the total amount you're requesting and from where, if you know?
We're requesting $6,000 and from the Senate unallocated. Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Sorry.
You're good. Thank you.
I don't see. Please proceed. We're just at the most. We plan on spending 6,700, but we believe with good planning and good perseverance, we can do the job just fine with 6,000.
Thank you.
I have a question. The doc that they provided us with the allocations is on the agenda.
Oh, yes. Speak up, please.
What have you guys spent your money on this?
We spent, if there's a link on the top of the form, leads you to a spreadsheet. So basically, we spent some of our money on the summer honoraria as well as the fall honoraria. We anticipate having all our positions filled by winter and spring. So that's an increase in honoraria as well. And we also spent $893.52 in the fall chairs meeting, leading to a use of $11,243.52, which was way past our budget for this year. I hope.
So I'm just a little confused on how honoraria already exceeds the budget. Has this been like a precedent like that? COC always ran out. COC always ran out of money for honoraria, or?
I just joined the board this summer, so I can't really talk for COC before my time with.
How many divisions are there in COC right now?
As of now, there's 8, but we do plan on filling another position for internal liaison as well as the procurement fellow.
Seems like that's all. Thank you so much. Okay. Do we have any sense of moving to section I6 executive officers reports?
Consent.
Objection, consent. Okay, I believe we're, officers, we've observed this somewhat broadly to mean members of executive offices. Tyler, how would you like to come on? Did you hear the board speaking agreement?
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah,
Feel free to go.
well, Senators, I'm just here to give an update on the campus elections committee meeting that took place today. The main point of discussion was the sustaining our services fee. It's a fee that implements a cost of living adjustment to the 18 student fees that haven't been adjusted for inflation, some since the early 2000s. So, some key details. There's no return to aid for fees passed before 2006. Proposed increases come out to roughly $40 a quarter for undergrads and $17 a quarter for grad. If all pass, if all pass, it's roughly a 10% overall increase in fees for undergrads, which is obviously a big increase. They're proposing one big inflationary increase in fees, similarly thousands. That's a huge financial burden on students who are already struggling during these hard times. Yeah, so all 18 proposals are cost of living adjustments. These inflationary rates were calculated using the CPI. Some more key details. Prior to voting, the committee was told not to judge the validity of a few proposals. They clarified that our role is only to decide if proposals are reasonable to put before students, not whether the fees themselves are justified. My personal input on this was that it seems very passive to not judge validity or validity. Thank you. And just pass anything that is fair and neutral. Some thoughts that came to my mind were, are fees being used right now? Is it effective? Obviously, it's not my place to judge, but when we're passing one blanket fee, that is a 10% increase of fees on students. I feel like there should be a more thorough process in kind of looking through these fees, since when we voted, we just voted to, the vote went 6 in favor and 1 opposed, and it was just the blanket fee. So the cost of living fee, this services fee. We did not go through each fee individually and analyze how the fees are currently being spent and how necessary or how those fees, inflationary rates would benefit. So I think that's a key detail for me. Because I believe that if we're just putting the fees in front of the students, a lot of them don't have the time to review and do the research necessary to see if their fees are being spent effectively. So I think that should be our job to do so. So the sustaining our services fee passed. 6 in favor, 1 opposed. So the proposals cannot collect signatures to be put on the ballot. Yep.
Oh, have you been to the Senate before?
No.
Do you want to introduce your position to the Senate who might not know?
Tyler Ho, I'm the Student Fee Advisory Commissioner of the ISD.
Sounds good.
Tyler, thank you for coming. This is really important information. I also, you said it's not really my place to have an opinion or something along those lines, but I think as a student, it's definitely your place to have an opinion. And as a Student Fee Advisory Commissioner, like definitely like please bring your opinion to us, because I think we all find it relevant and important.
Yeah.
So thank you. Does the Senate or associated students, I have 2 questions. Does the Senate or associated students get a say on this, or if it gets the petitions, it gets automatically put on the ballot?
So now that it's passed, these organizations are allowed to just go out and I think they said just provide a little QR code that students can scan and sign if they wish to put it on the ballot. And then from there, once it's on the ballot, they just vote on it.
And then do you have a vote on the campus elections committee?
I was the one.
Got it. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you for coming in. Just wanted to clarify, are the fee increases they're proposing going to be annual or is this a one-time increase? Like, are they gonna follow CPI in like future years?
So currently it's every 5 years. It's increased for inflation or adjusted for inflation. So this would be one big fee increase, obviously, to adjust for all the years that it hasn't been. But for the years going forward, it would be adjusted every year. So it's also changing from 5 years, every 5 years to this big fee increase, and then every year after this year, it'd be adjusted.
And so to clarify for senators, this is now at the stage where the Campus Election Commission is receiving signatures from students, correct?
Yeah, so now that it's passed today, the organization should go out and.
Right, and what is the signature threshold to be put on the ballot?
I believe. I do not have the number
It's in the hundreds, right?
I think it might be. Or maybe it is 100.
If you can find it,
yeah,
I'll be great. Sorry about you.
Forgive me, I had the same exact question, and alongside that, I was wondering, when is the deadline for them to get that allotted signature count?
I believe sometime. Sure.
Okay, yeah, if you could report, like, just a simple email to senate@as.ucsb.edu would be really great, because I know that that's important to us.
Yeah, and to be clear, you said there were 6 votes for and 1 against, correct?
Correct.
The against was
The only-
our representative, the only, yeah. So, big point of pride there. Sorry, there.
I just have a couple of questions in terms of the requirements, or do you have any metrics when it comes to determining the success of this mission?
That's like obviously another question I had. They provided like a brief description as to how each fee increase would be used for each organization, but when it came to voting, it just was not reviewed at all.
And sorry.
Yeah, if we get to speak on.
Sorry, and that's assuming these fee increases are valid because these would be utilized correctly, right?
Yeah.
Marissa, do you want to speak?
I'm on CEC too, but I'm not.
Okay. And I know some senators have been interested in this in the past. Do you have any guidance or anything you received from the meeting on what a media campaign on the part of the associated students, or maybe its members, be the individual leaders, the institutional level? Are there any relevant regulations there? Can members of the association make their voices heard on how they feel about these potential increases?
Not that I'm aware of.
No regulations you're aware of, essentially.
Not true.
Noise.
Clarification, these fees are like the fees that are designated to organizations such as like CLAS, Arts and Lectures, Office of Student Life and Student Health that fall under like the approximately $240 that the students pay every year. Like that's the area of the student fee.
Yeah, I believe it's like 480 and like north of 600, including return to data.
Okay, seems like that's it. Tyler, thanks so much for having me. Great. Leo, say yours.
Okay. Hello, we are here for all of you. And I'm going to talk about our role, what we've done this year, the account, and something else. Basically what we've done since the beginning of, honestly, in the summer, we've revived the Senate and IDP Instagram accounts. We received 200 followers in 2 months. Increase the Senate account visibility on campus. We are starting to introduce ourselves into the media sphere within UCSB, like using hashtag UCSB matters. And it increases our non-follower views, which is great. The content that does also increase engagement is like announcements, like petitions, Philtopia, ILP, and meal reform. So please let me know of initiatives. And your senator introductions will be going out after Thanksgiving. If you read my email, thanks everyone who did. And 14 of you completed the introduction form. So 8 of you, please get that in, or you just won't be posted or publicized at all. Yeah, let me know if you're not going to also, because I don't want, like last year, it took all quarter, it took all year to get 16 people to perform. We're going to prepare our winter quarter content calendar. So it's going to be 3 months, obviously, 1 month awareness, advocacy, and action. We will fit your Senate spotlights into each category. And also we are looking for, I would say, ideas and whatnot for each of these campaigns. I was thinking of sharing we will probably share our content calendar with you guys. Eventually. All right, Senate Spotlight. The email I sent that you all read for sure included the form for your vision of the Senate Spotlight. Get that done before Christmas. And after, you can do it after finals. Just get it done before Christmas so that we can do this content calendar. This is your only chance the spotlight is your only chance to get your initiative out. So if you don't do it, fun, good luck. All right, PR overview. Let's do some training. So the Senate Instagram is a unified the Senate forum and non-biased message to students. We highlight your work and individual accomplishments if you want, or you have an account. But it's mainly a resource to let students know what's happening on campus and to build your trust, because it's been years of distrust and unreliability. We also need to present the body as organized, consistent, and credible. So that's the reason why we've been creating this brand the past 2 months. Honestly, the past year. I've been creating this brand for the past year. You guys are my second Senate, so 47 people I've dealt with, including that one. My experience, everybody perceives and critiques you guys. Like everybody, AS members, UCSB faculty, and they even see all the stuff on our Instagram. And I'm like, dang, y'all really care that much? And they do. So please, decorum, behavior, and messages, they view you as a whole. They will critique you. They will hate you eventually. But we can avoid that if you just attend all the events that you guys can. And yeah, consistency is crucial, and the Instagram is your brand. It's not your account. It's none of your accounts. It's your brand. The Senate as a whole is the account. It's not like individual senators. And yeah, all right. Let's talk about consistency. So you guys voted for the State Association that passed, and we had it yesterday. I was there taking pictures. 12 senators won. Thank you all. Thank you for representing AS. Failure to come was actually disappointing, mainly because this really reflects you guys. I'll tell you right now, everyone critiqued everything. This really affects basically how AS members see you guys, your credibility, like, will you guys go to the event that you guys passed type of thing. So everyone being there was very important. Please do that next time. And also go to more, well, just go to AS events if you want, take pictures and send it over and we'll post it. All right. Next, legal code. Why do I exist? The account is for PR media people. We work under IVP. We work alongside Second Pro Temp just to confirm Senate actions that should be posted, such as bills and whatnot. We have a structure now if your bills are being passed and resolutions, so those will be coming up. Yeah, I don't really. I know it just sounds like I click post and I'm done, but it's more. Unfortunately, it is more than that. I don't sit in these meetings for fun. I actually don't want to sit here, but I have to watch you guys, at least for the first quarter, to understand how you present yourselves. Decisions you make, how long you guys take on me on talking, and how the audience perceives you, because it's actually really important. Especially because Datanex is here, so come on. Yeah, professionalism. This account reflects like the legitimacy of your guys' branch. So it's really important to stay consistent on what your initiatives are. And you can even bring updates. You have any updates on your projects, then you can bring it over to me. It's a communication risk, like to have everyone on the account. It's also, it's not for individual standards, right? So we evaluate all the content that goes out. We have to know the information that can be shared, what needs context, and what could damage the credibility of the Senate. Anything could create a liability, honestly. It's so easy to get sued. This is basically, again, like, hold on, let me go back a little bit. You did the.
Talia.
Oh, sorry, Talia. You did the press for the release for the library, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, so you guys voted on that, and that is why we posted things like that, right? Yeah, that happened, right? You guys voted on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Resolution.
Yeah, you did.
You got it.
Yeah. Please, that type of content will be posted. If you guys understand, like, this account is all of you, right? We understand this isn't individual committees or anything. Okay, thanks. Yeah, we have to stay accurate and transparent because fortunately, public affairs are big friends up in there and with Emily Savage. They don't really want to post AS stuff. They want to see the value of being an AS member. So that's why we shifted the tone of our videos a little bit. And we're gonna definitely do that in winter quarter. The problem with public affairs so far has been, I understand that they have like a content calendar and whatnot, but they have to also understand that you guys do important things and you can do important things. So these videos that we're pumping out, your Senate spotlights are very important on what you look like as a Senate. They do evaluate that. They look at all those type of posts, unfortunately, and they evaluate and rate that really difficult meetings. I will be meeting with them hopefully before the end of the quarter to try to get at least, one post of the Senate onto the public 90,000 follower UCSB account. In terms of collaborating with the account, all of you, Rose and I are thinking of a content form that we can give to you all in an email, and that email can be like safeguarded as your go-to for media, and email us at least a week before or like a few days before. We do want to.
That's time, I believe.
Okay, I don't want to keep talking.
I would like to walk it back to State of the Association comment. It was incredibly embarrassing last night to be sitting in an event that we all voted on to pass. And there were only 12 senators present, some of which who showed up an hour and a half into the meeting. And we legislated to require the rest of the association to be there and wrote that if they didn't show up, their honoraria gets deducted. And yet we didn't show up as an association that was united to come and listen to the time that they took out of their day to tell us about what they've done this entire quarter.
Is there a question? Sorry.
No, it's not a question, but it is mandatory for us to be there and it needs to be said. Because clearly we don't always have everyone in attendance. And this is something that is mandatory. This, substitutes the rest of the association having to come here, spending hours to tell us about what they're working on.
Oh, I totally agree, but it's just not a question. It's not.
It's not.
Okay.
There.
More specifically, thank you for confirming, I guess, our census image when it comes to the general student population. More specifically, do you think we could use your position to maybe let students know of these student fee increases? I think is it keeping your position centrally as like you basically created an audience for AS per se, and do you think like you can use that as like to notify students?
Yeah, definitely. These campaigns that we'll be doing in Windsor, they're not like set in stone. There will be many campaigns within. So honestly, you could bring those issues to us and we can include it in our campaigns. But just to let you know, we do have specific things on our to-do list for those facilities. So that's what y'all want. Okay.
Let's go to the last question.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your work in social media or with the social media. Like, I think you're doing a great job, and I think you brought up like an important point, like bringing up like 200 followers in the last couple months. That was super awesome. I like to think it was in large part to the flyers that Outreach Committee handed out to all the dorms, because after that, Harder and I tracked, I think it went up like 180 something. So I like to think that, that we're all contributing to it, which is nice for the Senate account. In regards to access, I don't think it makes much sense for this ASUCSB Senate account to be ran by people who aren't elected. And so that's obviously not up to you to decide, but I would appreciate your help in collaborating with us, because as Outreach Committee, we are tasked with doing outreach to the student body, and the main way to do that is through the Senate account. So I'd appreciate it if you could facilitate our committee getting access to that so that we can put out content and make all of the Senate's campaigns more effective, as that is something that we as a committee are legally tasked with doing. That was a question. If you can send us the account.
No. We'll be having access to the account for the remainder of the quarter. It is under legal code that we'll be keeping this account, and this account will not go into any of the senators. That is, again, a liability, an issue regarding public transparency and whatnot. Again, that I am third party bipartisan person, by the way. I'm not. You're saying senators should have access to this. They would have access to all of you, your brand, and that's a really big risk. Regarding outreach committee, you could use your standard account on Instagram. That's what I think that's what Protons do actually too. Something else. Oh yeah, committees. Committees will be getting a campaign. They will be in that campaign. All of the committees can together, all important, and you see what's controlling all of us. Right. So
If a senator or a group of senators wanted to upload something onto the Senate Instagram that is not necessarily a senator spotlight that's been planned or put on the calendar, how can they go about that without having access to the password itself of the account?
yeah, so winter quarter, we're gonna do a Google form, and we're thinking of also doing a drive where you guys can just input content and we'll evaluate it and see when we should post it. But we, in the winter break, I'll have like a whole email that has all the links to what we do and all the, yes.
Point of order, I know on the unit reports, it says speaking time for each unit does not exceed 10 minutes, and seeing that there are two, like, people from the executive officers of the board, do each of them get 10 minutes? Because I feel like our meeting ends at 11.
We should really, yeah, you can separate into several, but just, I believe, but we really should. Same thing, so thanks. Let's go back to new business, names acceptable executive new business, I'm sorry,
Sorry, this has just been sitting on my chest, it's maybe like 5 seconds, but. I wanted to say this when the spokesperson from committee on committees was out of the room. I was looking at my computer, so I don't know who did it, and this isn't for calling him out, but I heard he was struggling a little bit with some verbiage. And there was some laughter, this is not to call anyone out, but. And, you know, sorry, this just a little upsetting to me, I just feel like. You know, we open ourselves up as representatives, and we have people come in, it's very intimidating to come and stand on that podium. So I'm getting emotional because I'm very upset. So just, you know, shouldn't be to have a disability, I just wish that we all could consider that, please. And treat people that come in here with respect and kindness and compassion, please. Thank you. Senator Chairman.
Hey, listen, if you want to step out, that would be really fine. Okay. We're in new business. We did not conclude the discussion on a bill to modernize honorarium. So we're back on that. We were in discussion when we last left Senator Passion.
Yes, so I have talked with the authors of the bill. I'm going to meet with them in private in the interest of time, seeing yes, right. But I did want to say to the floor that I forgot to preface that this is absolutely needed. This is an outdated system. I do think that there are some discrepancies that are my own, and I will present them after this has been fleshed out in committee, so it's less to go over. But yes, this is, in my opinion, needed. However, I just like to go line by line, and I understand that here is not policy, so. Right.
It's much appreciated, Senator. As you said, we have just a little bit over an hour. We're gonna need some like 4-line level efficiency to get out of here at 11. So let's please make it happen. If the board is open to any motions. Lee.
Do the authors have,
I think we do finance committee. Well, we already have a prepared list of amendments that are just procedural to this bill, and I can go through that with you guys privately, or not privately, but publicly. But I'd like to see it go to finance committee as it's the most appropriate.
Chair, like a nod or no, do you think finance has the ability to handle this?
Well, no, I do.
Yeah.
I think if it's briefly just amendments that were presented by Senator Sisson, it's fine, but I do think maybe I should have more comments on the. Oh,
okay. Neither of the liaison committee chairs are here tonight either, and they don't have this for.
Yeah,
the conversation. I'd like to motion, I'd like to motion to refer a bill to modernize honoraria to the finance committee.
Somebody hold on, please. There's been a motion to refer a bill to modernize our honoraria to the finance committee. Is there a second, Hepburn?
Second.
There's been a second on discussion. There. Question has been called. The judge called the question. The judge by consent. Seeing none. Motion. Nice. Cool. We're in a bill to institutionalize rate and landlord developers within the Associated Students Office of the External Vice President of Local Affairs. First and second, we'd like to speak.
Yeah, this was spoken about by the IVP when he was entering at the podium. I think it's super cool. It's pretty self-explanatory. Everyone should read through the legal code. I hope you already have. If there's any small amendments, totally welcome, but the idea is pretty obvious. I think it'll be a super good program, and I hope you all support it.
I concur.
Oh, we're on discussion. Clara. We're not discussion on the bill itself. Yeah, at least you have to make a motion to that. But I get why that's
Is there like any financial aspects of this? Like I know it's 3 members of the association and 3 current developers, with these 3 current developers being getting honorariums and like that.
That is a very good point. Yeah. I think we would need to add a fiscal impact, but I would like to confirm with the EVPLA how he thought to implement this, but I think that should be something addressed in committee.
Cool. Yeah, that can be, Patrick.
It has been precedent in a lot of our discussions not to legislate projects as such into legal code. That's whether or not that's the opinion that I hold, that's just what we've kind of had a consensus on the body. So I'm wondering if the author could speak to why this isn't one for the shape of a bill and not a temporary committee, and then the temporary committee write something into legal code.
Yeah, the EVPLA had this site had the rate my landlord idea had been developed by someone outside of the association. The EVPLA talked to them, wanted to bring them into the association so that the association can house this, make it more robust, and it could be a function of the EVPLA. So this is a project that the EVPLA has wanted to take on, and he wants it to be institutionalized, hence the bill. I hope that answers your question.
If there are no more discussion items, I would welcome probably motions on each of these. Sussman.
Would the authors would help prefer this to go to either liaison or advocacy?
I move to refer a bill to institutionalize rate my landlord developers within the associated students. Office of the External Vice President for Local Affairs to Outreach Committee.
So motion refer a bill to institutionalize rate my landlord developers within the associated students, office of the External Vice President for Local Affairs to the Outreach Committee. Is there a second? Second. There's been a second round of discussion. Part of question is a question.
Jensen.
Would you say your objection, please?
I feel like given the content of what's gonna be added to the external vice president of local affairs' legal code, I feel like advocacy fits this best. I feel like it's already been outreached enough what Rate My Landlord does. I feel like advocacy can kind of like state how we can actually like show support for students, and that's why I think that advocacy fits best if the chairs of advocacy are in agreement of maybe having this being housed under advocacy. Just because they're author of this bill and the second are already in outreach committee, I believe it's better if we have new eyes to look at this. And I believe this is
Please find a prompt way out of here, because I really don't think it's worth spending, let's say, 1,000 minutes on. The options are essentially whoever. I think harder with the call to question. You can rescind and we go back to discussion. Or you can rescind the objection and we go through with it. Yeah, let's just find that. Do you rescind your call to question? Sure. So we're back to discussion. And then please, by the way, if you object to something, I understand why you might be confused by this, and this is said to everyone. You do not have to state an objection in the, not in the procedural sense, but generally in the objection section. That's what discussion is for. So we don't have to do this whole song and dance procedure. We just discuss it, and then when we're ready. Senator Patrick.
Well, in light of what you just said, I was gonna call the question, but this can be tabled to advocacy after, like, we have to know the processes of the body. This can come back to the floor and then be referred to advocacy committee. It can go to every single committee, so. I yield.
Simply gonna say, it's encouraged that that other chairs go to other committees, so it's not other ones.
Yeah, well, my committee, or sorry, outreach committee hasn't seen it yet, which is part of the reason why I wanted to put it in front of them, because we're gonna have to be advertising this. But that being said, I think it does fit advocacy very well, and I would be happy for it to go to advocacy as well, or I'll rescind my motion. I'm not that set on it. I don't think
this would be contrary to. You can amend the main motion and make it advocacy if you'd like. Patrick.
Call the question.
I would take it to
Yeah, discussion.
Pardon?
Yeah,
Yeah,
call the
yeah,
question.
yeah, you're familiar.
Yeah, call the question.
Okay, question has been called. You object to the question? Consent. Consent. You object by consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Okay, we are now in academics, or, yeah, the new academics, second DI items, it's, consent, okay, this is where we're gonna. Okay, so we're first on the judicial council advisory request. This is something that has been drafted by members of my office, but is only adopted if the Senate votes for it. Yeah, by a two-thirds majority. It does not make anything happen concretely. It is merely requesting the judicial council to comment on the policy 10 questions from the last Senate meeting in relation to the relevant constitutional amendment and whether removal from office for non-attendance or failure to fulfill legal duties is constitutionally allowed. We can allow for some discussion, but yeah. Floor is open. Okay.
This is until everyone's clear about why we would want this being requested from JC, I don't personally see a reason to request it from JC. So I would love to move to strike this from the agenda until we can have more discussion, more people can know what's going on. That's my thoughts.
Fully heard, Summer, but it has been on the agenda since the moment it was released. And it's the duty of every Senate to know exactly what's on the agenda.
It's 3/4 voting.
Yeah, you're right. It's really good.
Yeah, I understand that everyone should have read through what is written, but the exigence for having it on the agenda, I think would be helpful for everyone to know. And that is why I would love if someone motioned to strike. I move to strike 76 AC Senate 11/19/2025 Judicial Council Advisory Request from the agenda.
There's been a motion to strike the 76 AC Senate number 19/2025 Judicial Council Advisory Request. Is there a second? Ashley.
Second.
Second. Round special police.
Just like, I looked at this earlier, but when the Senate wrote this, and I feel like there wasn't really conversation on the Senate writing this as a whole. I know there was some conversations. Actually, I don't really have really good memory, but yeah, I just wanted to.
I thought we discussed this last meeting, when we had Attorney General Logan items on the screen, and I thought we were all in consensus that we wanted to hear.
Yeah, to be clear, this was discussed, and the language in here is explaining essentially what the matter at hand is. Just to clarify. So we can be spoken to us.
Not in the motion.
No, it's on the item.
Point of order, I don't think that's correct. I think it's per motion. Okay, appeal, I'd like to know.
Point of order to the parliamentarian, is this all proceeding?
Discussion. The parliamentarian explains what the matter at agenda is the procedure. Do you understand what concession is? Whether it's to, we speak twice on the item at hand or on the motion?
Yeah, I've seen 2 times.
On what? On the item at hand or when you motion?
The same person.
It's all discretionary to the chair. This is standing rules. This is not legal.
That's Robert's rules.
No, it's in our standing rules, this 2 times speaking agreement, that's standing rules.
The same rule, because it's based.
Discretionary. Discretionary to the chair, that's what AGI has expressed in the past.
Yeah,
We don't-
he's appealing the decision. So okay, clearly the parliamentarian doesn't have an interpretation, so let's move into a hand vote. A yes is essentially, the concurring with the chair's interpretation that it's speaking twice on the item on the agenda. No would be to sustain the senator's objection that it's on the motion made on that item, and abstention is an abstention. Are we all clear? Hands up for yes, please. Hands up for no. Hands up for abstentions. Okay, we now scary, I guess Robert's rule doesn't exist. We're still in discussion on it. And Senator Lupin can now speak. That's how that works. Now,
Yeah, what I was gonna say was I was going to apologize because I was not here when the Attorney General spoke, so I wasn't aware of that. And so if you guys then think it is best to do this, I give my opinion, so please, by all means, go forward with voting no on the objection or whatever, or sorry, on the motion to strike, vote no on that, that's totally fine. I thought that no one was aware of what was going on, including myself. I was a little confused, but thank you for letting me know.
Senator Jones.
This doesn't bind us to any sort of action past asking for an advisory opinion, so I'm just curious if you guys have opposition to asking for advice.
Personally, I don't have any opposition to asking for advice, but just relaying what actually happened last week is I don't think the Senate was a really entire consensus on like what kind of happened there and asking for judicial opinion. We just kind of got Attorney General speaking and like Senate leadership was like, okay, yeah, it seems like we need to get more information. And just considering that like this all of a sudden appeared on the agenda after us, I feel like we just went really fast on this, and that's an issue why I wanted to open up discussion so we can just clarify what was kind of happening. I
don't want to be that guy, but we only have 42 minutes left in this room. 52, sorry. We also have to go into closed session for AGI. So I would recommend we either go to ask JC or we don't. You don't want to continue on the sentence.
If there's no passion.
Yeah, so I have read this, obviously, I think that there are things that are missing in this advisory request that we did discuss, so that's one thing. The nature in which this appeared on our agenda should be discussed. And there's a lot of things that, as Sussman said, Senator Sussman, this needs to be discussed in closed discussion. In closed session, I'm losing it, but I also would like to say that I don't think that we should be rushing through our agenda just because we're on a time limit here. I don't know, I think this invites there's a lot of things wrong with this, and it requires discussion, that's all.
Some discussion.
Per Robert's Rules, section 43.7, no member can speak more than twice to the same question on the day. And then per Robert's Rules, section 43.10, this clarifies that each separate motion, meaning main motions, amendments, motions to refer, anything, is a separate question. Meaning that it's Robert's Rules clarifies that it's twice per motion, effectively.
Is he the same motion? A person.
What information isn't that on order on discussion on the motion straight?
It is, yeah, and our standing rules are it's on the agenda, which can supplement. Robert's rules, Senator Passion was right all along. Nonetheless, yeah, there's Passion.
Some second.
You rescind your second.
I rescind my motion.
Motion to adopt the 76 ASU Senate 11/19/2025 Judicial Council as request.
Motion to adopt 76 HSB over 1921 Judicial Council advisory request. Echo,
Second.
there's been a second round discussion. Passion.
I was under the impression that we were gonna go into closed session to discuss this. I would really encourage that we do not pass this or do not vote on this without discussing this in closed session I really encourage that. There is a lot of context that is missing here, and it has to do with, I can't, that's all, I yield.
No, the second that's rescinded, you were saying. Motion has been rescinded. We're doing closed session apparently. That's what they say at the end of the meeting. So maybe we just move on. The next item is the job description final draft for the executive director. And it's gone through some pretty extensive discussions by the committee, I believe.
This was what the executive director search committee has been going over. And yeah, this is the final draft proposed by the president with input from everyone on the executive director search committee. I would personally recommend because of how important this is, that before the committee can go forward with the search, this needs to be approved by Senate. So I would personally recommend that we table it to a committee so that it can be kind of more thoroughly looked at. That's my recommendation.
Point of information, can you table to?
Refer.
Or can you refer to multiple committees?
Not at once, but you can.
But, okay.
One after the other. I'm pretty sure the president wants this rather promptly. I think there's something needed to be done with it. But yeah, you can. So, Lee,
Motion to refer JD final draft to Lisa.
is there a motion to refer the JD final draft to liaison raise your secretary? There's been a second round discussion. Clara, questions to be called, judge call question.
Consent.
And the item consent, so you know we pass.
Motion to, or I move to affirm the UC Office of the President's proposed transfer of funds based on the unique circumstances of the Ivy Arts situation, namely in its erroneous integration as an AS entity and the resulting IHC/Ivy Arts incompatible management system with the SUI generous nature of this situation rendering it incapable to the ASs.
Okay, this has been in discussion with the administration for quite a while, and even the associate vice chancellor of student affairs, Bergen. This is on the Ivy Arts situation. The problem early in the quarter was that it was just kind of word of mouth. It was like a segment of text from the UC Office of the President that they said you have to motion on it and give the full fees to Ivy Arts. I did my due diligence on the AF, said we're not. I can't tell the Senate to motion on something that a guy heard another guy say. We need an official actionable document that was sent some time ago. Yeah, I'm sorry that's not on the agenda. I could access that. And I think it would make sense if you were to ask for the document in full before voting. I apologize for that not being on, but that's the idea. As you know, Ivy Arts has been here several times over summer and fall quarters, including today. And the latter part of the motion makes it clear that sui generis just means unique. It's its own situation and it's not applicable to any AS entity whatsoever because this is a one-off situation. That's those are the empirics.
Since the document isn't attached and you did tell the Ivy Arts representative that it would be passed either this week or next week, does it have to be done today?
No. So
we're not meeting next week for Thanksgiving. So it'll either be today or we. Surprise. Okay, next week.
Okay, so basically, if you want to have the document included with this, you just not second this one. And it doesn't find a second, it's cool. I'll be like that. Okay, we're on to section G2, old business. We begin with a resolution calling on Vice President James Milliken to reinstate recruiting meetings with student leaders and discharge out of outreach with amendments. We really should figure out who speaks on this person is discharged. I guess the chair makes the most sense because you know what's happening, right?
Yeah, sure. The only amendment, which for the life of me, I still cannot figure out why my committee wanted to make this amendment, was to add a non-binding whereas clause. So that is literally the only amendment made.
Oh.
Missing and is all I'll say. And I was wondering, forgive me if you spoke to this last time, but did this pass at other UCs? It's not binding, so it's not, but my question still stands.
This is a UCSA proposed. My gosh, it's a proposed resolution from UCSA, so this is across the UC system. Last I checked, with President Metzger, other UCs were in the process of passing it because it just came out 2 weeks ago. So we'll be one of the first, if not the first, but other UCs will be passing this.
Do we want to discuss more? For sure.
Yeah, just a little clarification on the whereas clause that was amended. When it says the associated student associated student senates are an integral part, and then it goes on. Does it mean like the senates and other UCs? Yeah. I don't know if that's a point of concern. I mean,
Ever?
Yeah, this was all Harder's idea, so it's a shame Senator Harder's not here right now. The whole point of the amendments was him talking to someone else, and it was the idea that Senate wasn't mentioned at all in this resolution. And so the idea was to give Senate credit that they're credible and important. So that's why we got it down to whereas clause. And so it means that the associated student senates of all associated students and UCs are important and should be recognized, but it's not binding, and we didn't change any of the binding stuff.
And just look, you're missing a colon and but so
do you is it necessary to open it and amend it to fit the formatting?
Then you can do that. So looking.
I motion to open a resolution calling on UC President James Milliken to reinstate recurring meetings with student leaders.
Is there a motion to open a resolution calling on UC President James Milliken to reinstate the meetings with student leaders? Second. Please, there's been a second discussion. Please. Questions been called, objection, no question. No, exactly like I said, seeing none, passes, it's open. Awesome.
Motion to amend a resolution on the President James Milliken to format it to the 76 ACCSB standard.
There's been a motion to amend the resolution calling UC President James Milliken to reinstate bringing the student leaders to format it to fit the to the 76 CSB stands. Is there a second? Please, this is everyone discussion. Questions, probably additional question. So like I said, seeing none, motion passes.
Okay,
so it's
what?
It's fixed.
Oh, goodness, there's 1, 2.
Last where I should be up here.
Whatever.
That's true.
Do we have quorum? Oh, never mind.
Really? Okay. This is still open. Sussman.
Motion to close a resolution calling UC President James Milliken to meetings.
There's been a resolution calling UC President James Milliken to reinstate recruiting utility second. Is everyone discussion? Oh no, Bob, question has been called additional question.
Yes.
Jay Benson. Seeing none, motion passes. They closed. Jones.
Motion to vote on a resolution calling on UC President James Milliken to reinstate recurring meetings and student groups.
The motion to vote on resolution calling Mr. President James Milton to rescind word review to release or secondly. There's been several discussions. Oh no, all call question has been called. Objection call the question. Objection by consent. Seeing none, we move into a hand vote. Hands up for yes. Hands down. Noes. Hands down. Hands down. Abstentions. Cool. Much better. Yes. By the way, sorry, before I forget, can we very briefly move into excuse absences because I got an email from Senator from Toledo letting me know that they have a valid reason for not being here before the meeting. That could be dealt with like 30 seconds. Do we have any extension with the second? Suspect.
Motion to excuse Senator Toledo for the duration.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Toledo for the duration of the meeting. Is there a second, Patrick?
Second.
The second round of discussion, Pepper? All the questions, just one question. It's consent, seeing none, question asked. Sorry.
G2.
Thank you. Okay, do you have any excuse to move to section G2 or this yeah, congrats to the authors for the building. Okay, we're now in a bill to revitalize the academic focus of the interim vice president office for out of outreach committee without amendments. Chair.
Yeah, so no amendment. And there was no discussion on it either. That was the only motion.
Ashley.
Motion to adopt a bill to revitalize the academic oh wait, I got it. Focus of the internal vice president's office.
There's been a motion to vote on a bill to revitalize the academic.
Adopt
the there's been a motion to adopt the bill to revitalize academic focus in the vice president's office. In a second, Matt Gilbert. There's been a second round of discussion. John. Question has been called. Additional question. Consent. Consent. We move it to a vote. Oh, sorry. Hands up for yes. Hands down. Noes. Hands down. Abstentions. Total of 3. Okay, motion passes. Thank you, authors. Yes. Okay, now we're in a fire name of the year. Now we're on a bill to cap uncapped positions. Deferred out of liaison committee. Do we have any representatives liaison? Anybody know what's here?
I'm from liaison. I think the only 2 changes that were made were to change the ASU thing to it's an OSL seal and then specify for caseworkers for the attorney general offices 3 caseworkers. Oh, it's just there's no meeting. Wait, sorry, that was what was already made. I don't think there were any amendments in it. What? Right?
What's that? Oh, just say without limits, yeah. Passion.
Yeah, Senator Malhees, I'm very confused at why SEAL is included in this. Doesn't seem like you're capping any positions from the food bank. It just said it looks like you're rewriting SEAL. That's not a capping of a position.
Let's just deal with that quickly. OSL was the Office of Student Life, was the previous thing was SEAL, so she's just updating that.
So yeah.
That's it.
So why is it included in this bill?
It's like in cleanup, making finance and business into finance, internal affairs liaisons.
Right.
It's also reflected in the code, so
That's what I was gonna
it's
say.
effectively doing the same thing, so there's not really a problem with that.
Sleeping, that's okay.
I would like to suggest a motion to take this one. After discussing with the second of the bill, as well as, our CCO. The second of the bill, who was attorney liaison committee. Like, provides motion to the suggestions that the CCO and I had made. Leaving it to have the discharge of all communities. So I just encourage not to waste any more time, just to bring that.
It also says by the 75th Senate, which is slightly inaccurate. It doesn't make much sense. You could, I guess, but Senate is the same committee, it's just odd. Patrick.
Yeah, I'd like to see this go to outreach committee, and I'd also like to ask if this is an extensive review of legal code and capping all positions in legal code. I would assume not. So I don't think, I also share the sentiment that it shouldn't go back to the same committee if it's come out incorrectly.
Yes, the CCO and I have basically gone over every single section or every single entity in inside of AS to check if there has been found positions. And the ones that we found were the only two cases. So, in terms of legal code, it's like.
This can also be found on the CCO website under the parentheses clause or something. You said something about this or something.
Yeah, I sent this report to the CCO to this review of legal code, we found it, and it's only in a couple of PCs and entities. So I believe it's the ones listed.
33 minutes left, over 70.
Motion to refer bill to cap and cap positions to outreach committee.
And a motion to refer bills to cap and cap positions to outreach committee. Is there a second? Sussman.
Second.
There's been a second discussion. Claire? What's been called difficult question? You click like sign? Okay, refer. We're now in a resolution to establish standing policy 44, use of artificial intelligence in large language models. Started our liaison committee with amendments. Chair, could you speak on the amendments?
It was referred out of liaison.
I was present for this, and the only amendment that was made was adding a footnote, citing what AI model was used for what purpose, including the prompt that was put in to elicit the response.
The second part makes sense. I tried to figure out what the section A means, like F subsection A. I don't know what it means. When implementing AI, footnotes in areas that use AI must be used for their specific AI purpose.
Yeah, I personally don't have any objection to B, but I would share the same sentiment. I don't know, can somebody speak to? I get kind of stupid, sorry.
The intent behind that was to show exactly what parts of it were AI generated and what parts were original. So if it was like a certain whereas clause, for example, that was derived at as an AI or LLM model to show what that part specifically was. I think the wording is a bit confusing. It could be.
So you have to cite every instance in which you've used artificial intelligence. Okay. Jones?
That is exactly what the liaison committee wants.
I have two quick things. One, just with the authors, would you both be okay if the policy number was changed in the instance we remove standing policies from legal code and we'll just shift numbers? Second, because I still share the same concern that I did 2 weeks ago, which is that there should be some sort of clause in here saying that the Senate cannot use AI to interpret code in substitute of the Attorney General. It should just be something.
Seems like it might warrant some committee work further. Sarah Hubbard.
I agree with Sussman. I also have an issue, and the A needs to be reworded. But also with B, it's saying the prompt utilized must be listed, but so often multiple prompts are used. Like it's a conversation with chat, also saying the LLMUs, like, does it really matter? Chad, Gemini, like, they're all like, there's no way to be like, oh, we can trust this information from Chad, not Gemini, bro. Like, we know all models hallucinate except population.
Okay.
Shameless plug.
For the numbers, like that's not really our decision. Like that's just how it works. So like sure. And then, what was your second point? Sorry.
It's the concern that the Senate, there should be some sort of clause saying that the Senate cannot use AI to interpret equipment substitute veto.
If this gets referred to, like, there's no urgency in this, so if it gets referred to add that, or if it's passed in a separate bill, like, if a separate bill adds that, like, whatever works, because I don't disagree with you, I think that'd be a good clause to add.
All right, authors, I'd like to motion to refer a resolution to establish standing policy 44 use of artificial intelligence to the outreach committee.
Is one refer a resolution to establish state policy for the use of artificial intelligence, large language model, the outreach committees, or second word on discussion. D. Motion. Commissioner DeCondo. Additional question?
Son.
You just make it sound. So you know, motion passes. Oh, thank you guys. Okay, apologies for how badly we butchered this, which we've done some of these and not others, but we now move into, I suppose, I3 unit reports. President's Cabinet report. Executive Director's report we've done, executive officers reports. Senator Representative reports. Administrative reports we've done. Committee reports, finance. Outreach. Liaison. Advocacy. Yeah.
I'll keep it really brief due to time, but today I spoke with a representative from the Undocumented Students Office. We discussed ways to protect undocumented students. That's not just common know your rights campaigns, including an emergency text system and including having this is not committing, it's just ideas, but the association help out with making more public spaces into private spaces so that federal agents have to have a judicial warrant, and that just creates a safeguard for our undocumented students. So those are things I've discussed. I also applied to be on Student Advocate General Bivens Standing Policy 34 Committee, and I encourage, no, actually, I made, for lack of a better word, to the diversity and equity staffers on my committee apply to be on that committee as well. So all that to say, we're really going to be focusing on our undocumented students, and if you guys want to get involved, please let me know. So thank you guys.
Do a quick report for reason. Super, 1 minute. Standing policy to resolution to enact standing policy 34 has been definitely tabled. And then the bill to clean up legal code will be coming out by week 10. Like we'll be back to the full by week 10. Okay.
Also, just bring a quick comment to make for you. It's on AI that pretty sure more question. We actually have a free model with the exact same thing inside by developed by our XI staffer. If you guys know previous David. So it's free. So that's
Or meeting weekend.
We should. I have to receive permission from Vice Chancellor. Receive that. Okay, is it all for reports? Or rather, there's group project or like temporary committee reports.
Information, are we reading sweet?
You're in last.
This is for temporary committee report. The ad hoc committee to fill Senate vacancies is conducting interviews this week. By week 10, we will have the recommendations for the vacancies by week 10, and you know, fill those appointments week 1 of the next quarter. All of the appointments are being, or all the interviews are being conducted either in person or virtually, and there's notes being taken. So we'll provide you those notes next week or at the week 10 meeting for the appointments, but I can assure you these people are being vetted. So
Gotcha.
Department of Legacy Gaucho, temporary committee is appointing people or we're getting applications still, sure, that's my report. Senate leadership, could you perhaps put all the active temporary committees under this section? So people can see,
Future agendas, yeah.
thank you.
Okay, is that all? Cool. Let's move into minutes and allocations. I have ready motions. Sussman.
Motion to bundle and approve all minutes and allocations.
Motion. Bundle and approve all minutes and allocations. Is there a second? Manitoba.
Second.
There's been a second, we're now discussion. Lee.
Oh.
Question has been called, you guys have any questions? So, would you like consent? See now much less. Okay, we're now in discussion items, very briefly, not equipped to talk about this actually, but there's been a LinkedIn situation with the LinkedIn Learning program, which was introduced last year. I think someone has presented to the Senate about this one. And was essentially went unused, and it's into December, and we took no action on it. I will coordinate with the Associate Director for Budget, but we should really do something about that at the week 10 meeting, because that's just a net loss. We inherited it and didn't do much with. Yeah, it's coming. Anything to add on discussion items? Okay, let's move into the section. Logan.
So I was putting my hand up for a section.
Sure.
I just wanna information, like, no one used it, so.
It was not scheduled with students, even though we paid them for getting some.
I thought that we agreed there to care.
It's like 30,000. 30,000 zero, we would have paid like 18,000 more to extend it into December. Just,
I was like, position on whether we pay extra 10K.
yeah, it's some of this.
Oh, wait, it was maybe. And we already decided on this?
What ceremonies? Not all he's Joe.
Yeah, so are we gonna decide on whether we options, and or?
We should.
Oh.
If you can coordinate with Michael, that'd be much appreciated.
Oh, cool.
Okay, should we go on? Now we're in section M, appointments, resignations. Luke.
I move to add the appointment of Reese Foster as member at large to Outreach Committee.
There's been a motion to add the appointment of Reese Foster as member at large of the Outreach Committee. Is there a second? Again, something discussion. General question. So, good, makes sense. Seeing none, the motion. This is from. Response.
Spawn is parking. You can see. With the edge.
What?
Going to amend the agenda and add the deputy head of staff of the ASOP and IVP's office. Placements of the 25-26 Pyramid Fellows to item M, public resignations.
Is promotion by the agenda, add the deputy head of staff and the ASOP and IVP's office placements that. For the 2025-26 Pyramid Fellows to item M, appointments and resignations to the second. Second. So we're round discussion. The question, we call it general question.
Consent.
You guys consent. I will make sure that one of them is here, hopefully week 10, to talk about how the Pyramid Fellowship, I mean, you were there. Some of you were there at State of the Association, but you should hear about this, it's been very successful, so look at.
The motion I made was to Outreach Committee, not advocacy.
That's just a clerical error.
Yeah.
Has it at least been added? Yeah. What's going on? So, John, you good? What else?
Motion to bundle and approval into resolution.
There's been a motion to bundle approval of place on this resignation. Is there a second, Darrell? Second round of discussion. Lee?
No question.
Motion's been called for question.
Said,
You check back consent? Seeing the motion passes. They have been approved.
point of order,
Pleasure.
we're not following policy 10, I mean, policy 4. None of this agenda has, so.
Yeah,
I don't know
the Pyramid
what-
Fellowship one is marked in orange, the orange one would be marked right now.
The aforementioned has not followed. Policy 4 at all.
So what?
The aforementioned above appointments and resignations has not been followed. Just. I don't know what, I'm just saying. Not in my hands.
Yes. Please try to correct anything that's late marked as well. Don't be. By the way, Senator, you're clearly motions don't count. Motions are to be made on the floor.
Correct, but any motion to amend the agenda or motions being on the floor. I believe policy says that. This is anything that is added to the agenda after the deadline.
Right, but motions, like. just
Correct,
motions
right.
Are not.
Motion, but anything that is updating the agenda.
Or to add something onto the
Correct,
agenda.
yeah. Or a
Not necessarily
motion.
motions to add something onto the agenda. If you can find those, please mark me else in session. It seems like we've addressed everything on the agenda except for the closed session thing. We actually might get any problem. I just jinxed it. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Let's move into. Let's move into section L, discussion items.
Done.
You know what, sorry, so let's move into section G, action items. Anybody next time? Okay.
Motion to enter a closed session to discuss AS delegated authority with the Attorney General and all AS staff on Zoom and in person, as well as judicial counsel. Yeah.
Does it's
Let's be quick.
also need to be checked, that's all.
Motion to enter into closed session, this is delegated authority with the Attorney General, judicial counsel, all AS staff, in person and also secondly. There are questions. Questions, question.
Said.
Go ahead, Sam.